Hello, hello. Impromptu live stream. I'll announce it. I just realized I didn't really announce it today, but oh well. Um, does the video notifications channel let people know? I don't know. Well, anyway, welcome to anyone. Hello, I Byzantium. welcome to the live stream. OMG, I forgot there's supposed to be maintenance. Yes, in 16 minutes. So, if you haven't fed dinner, feed dinner right now. And make sure that if you track with your phone and not with a Go Plus Plus or a watch or something, make sure that when you log in to like start the sleep session, don't click update. If you update it, you probably won't get a sleep session in tonight. Yeah, it's maintenance though. We'll likely get some sort of information about Shuckle. Don't know how much though. It'll probably be rather limited. I don't know if I'll still be awake at that time though, so we'll see. The maintenance is scheduled to last until 3 a.m. my time. So it could be a while. I might be wanting to go to bed before then. So yeah, yeah, get your meal in if you haven't. You got 15 minutes. I started just before maintenance. Maybe collect your skill specialist one last time. Do the cycles. Everything before you can't do it anymore. Get your swallots in order. Make sure your ingredient specialist inventories are cleared. But welcome! Welcome to everybody. There's a whole 7 of you. Alright, I won't mess this up. Yep. Oh man, I just realized I haven't made dinner on my main account. I'm trying to remind you guys that I just realized that I myself have yet to make dinner. It's alright though. My main account meals this week are a wash anyway, because I'm stockpiling ingredients, I'm running the swallots. I don't really care too much if I miss a meal on my main account right now. Well, hello, Roar Melodic. It's a pretty nice night, I'd say. Aha, I didn't forget entirely. Indeed. I wasn't planning on doing a live stream tonight, but then I realized, you know what, I don't have much else to do tonight. I guess I could work on Beast Crestminster. That is something that I could continue to do. Oh, I just got a big hit on my measly 12,000 apple pie. This is why I said I don't care if I miss meals this week. Yay, I got 24,000 strength instead of 12,000. But yes, welcome to all 11 of you. It's a pretty good night, I'd say. Got Google going. I forgot about the last one until it was almost over. With the maintenance. Yeah, maintenance. It always happens at inconvenient times. We'll see. We'll see what comes of this one. I'm not expecting too much. We'll be able to speed review faster. They're prepping for Super Skills Week Part 3, which I believe that means they're introducing Shuckle on the back end. Which means we'll probably get some data mined information about Shuckle's main skill primarily. There's probably not much to say about it. So I'm not trying... Like, in the past, when we had, like, the Hoenn starters and whatnot, I intended to stay up as late as possible to try and get to where all their information was available before I went to bed. I rode that one out. I wrote out the release of other Pokemon as well, and data mines and whatnot. This one, I'm not riding out till 3 a.m. for the chance to know a bit more about Shuckle, its main skill. It's probably not going to be much, so if it is, then oopsie, I guess I was wrong. My concern about the maintenance is the notice this time about starting sleep during. Should be fine with the plus plus. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's just if you're doing a sleep session recording on your phone. If you're using the plus plus, you don't have to worry about it at all. I already put the sleepers to sleep because I didn't want to screw it up. I was worried that I'd have like auto update or something enabled, and then I wouldn't think about it, and it would just do it, and then I would lose a sleep session on the sleepers. And I was like, you know what? Technically, my bedtime is midnight, which means that in order to be within range of the bedtime, I need to be putting it to sleep by 10:30 at the earliest. But I was like, you know what? It's worth it to put it to sleep a little bit earlier, just to make sure I don't screw it up. That was my take on it. So, yeah, we'll kind of see how this all turns out. But anyway, is everybody ready for the release? The release of the what's his name? Shuckle. Shuckle's coming out, and it'll be pretty fun. Pretty fun to have berry juice accessible to us now. How is the Dream Shards Excel going? It was going pretty well. I could have worked on it a bit more tonight, but I was just so tired that I was like, my brain is not in a place right now. So I'm not working on it tonight, but I've tried to make some improvements on it. It's taken time, though. I ran into a bit of an issue. Like, it works, the method that I worked out with, Slashburner. Oh, you. The method that I worked out with you, Slashburner. But when I put in all the data into the AI to then make into a table, it wasn't liking that. And it was trying to truncate some of the data down to, like, round, but I don't want it to round very intentionally. So I was struggling and fighting with the AI, but I think I'm just going to have to break it up into smaller chunks and have it convert, like, smaller portions. Anyway, that's boring to a lot of people. So, we should expect the next legendary event to be announced until Pokemon Day, right? Also just calling, but it's going to be Kanto Birds. Usually, in the past, every other legendary announcement has been on Pokemon Day. Like, that's been when they announce it. It's like a special thing, so that you can expect that. It's pretty reliable, pretty consistent, so that's what I would expect as well. Mr. Velocity After, I've been wanting to ask on a berry specialist specifically, if you had to choose between Berry Finding S or Help Bonus, which would you choose? In a vacuum, on a berry specialist, in a vacuum, Berry Finding S I think is better. But there's a lot of other factors to consider. If it's like very Help Bonus and Help Speed M, that might be better. If you're running it in an off week and not on the island, then like Help Bonus is probably better. But one or the other, I do think that Berry Finding S is stronger. Did you try to put it straight into Excel? I did try doing that, and it gave me the same issues that Google Sheets was giving me. But I think it had something to do with the way I was copying and pasting it. I'm still gonna try to stick to the method with Gemini or the AI. We'll see how. Maybe I'll try a different AI. It might work better. But yes, it is on its way. I'm just gonna need to break it up into smaller chunks instead of just trying to do all from range 0 to like 12 million Snorlax strength all at once. Because that, I think, is what's causing problems. Paste has values. See, the problem, I think, is when... Here, I'll run it a little bit just to kind of show you what I'm talking about here. When I go into map rewards, if I just run a quick random simulation, let's say I just do that for now. When I run it, if I try to copy and paste this, then I think what it's trying to do is it's trying to copy these like these images here, and it doesn't like it when I paste those over unless I'm pasting it somewhere that can't take the images. But most except like Sheets can take those. I think that's what's happening, but just by the numbers, Berry Finding S is usually strong in isolation, but there's probably a case for Help Bonus stacking with certain mods. Yeah, that's basically what I would say. Like, generally speaking, Berry Finding S is going to be better. In fact, wait, let me see if I can find that Reddit thread I made. Ooh. Okay. Reddit. You go to my account. Yeah, that makes sense. I've been pretty active on the subreddit lately. Okay. This was a chart that I made. There's all the sub skills listed out. Ooh, a good time to update Raptorberry Finding S Index? I could. But anyway, I listed out the sub skills and ranked them based off stars. Each, like, line does have a definition, a formal definition. Of, like, what each, the X's, the neutral, the stars. This is my feelings toward the sub skills on the different specialists. And how I genuinely... Oh, and nature impacts. So, like, energy recovery, XP gains up, things like that. I never actually posted this in my Discord. I guess I could put it in there. Because it is an infographic that I support, clearly as being self-made. Here, it's in the... it's in the Discord now. Anyone who doesn't know where it came from is going to be like, what? Okay, Raptor Berry Finding S Index. I could update that. I don't know what's missing from it right now. BFS Index. Let's see. Okay. Here's the behind the scenes of it. I don't know what's missing from it right now. I guess, what were the last things that were added? So this is the math. I just plug in the numbers and it auto-calculates for me. What Pokemon are missing from it, though? Let me see. Last thing I added was Crustle, I think. We can update it here live. That's what you guys want to do? You can ask me anything. I'll gladly answer any questions. Let's sort by release dates. I think the Amber Canyon mods are the last one I had. So, Spiritomb, Titan, Holiday Sphere, and Togedemaru. Shouldn't take too long. So, Togedemaru. Ah, wrong tab. What are its stats? 16.9% ingredient rate. Its base frequency is 2700. Honestly, 2700 base frequency on a steel type is actually kind of wacky. That may actually score in pretty high. Oh, I forgot to select if it's a skills mod. Wait, why is it not calculating? That should calculate. Oh, what is broken here? Oh, wait a minute. It's probably something in here. There we go. This isn't populating. That's why. These need to also get that. There we go. Now it's working. So Togedemaru 8.78. Wow! That's actually really good. Anything? What is your skincare routine? My skincare routine. Honestly, skincare. Okay. 8.78 is where Togedemaru lands. Hold up. Have we just never evaluated Togedemaru with Berry Finding S? Because this might actually be... Like, that's not high enough to really make it. I don't think it... That puts it here. Is a triple trigger help speed M Sableye worth the main skill seeds? Yeah, that is definitely worth it. In my opinion. I mean, I guess I haven't run the comparison here, but... Like, Swalot... Usually I say help speed M, skill trigger M is like the bare minimum. If we have like that, which is even better. Let's see how this compares to... You said triple trigger? So that's skill up. Well, I'm just going to put XP down, but change it to Sableye. I guess it does perform less than that, but I usually say like bare minimum is just these. And it okay, that actually performs worse. Wow, that surprises me. Okay. But it's decent. It's decent for sure. I guess I like oh wait, no, that's why. It's got one less main skill level. That explains it. Um yeah. No, this is worth it. Don't ignore what I was saying earlier or showing earlier because that was one main skill level lower. This Swalot's worth it, so this Sableye's definitely worth it. Anyway, the problem is Togedemaru being a steel type is still going to be competing with like Steelix and Raichu, which are some of the best berry specialists in the game. So like, while it's going to value berry finding S, it still is never going to be the best at finding berries even with it. Like, let's say you have the full berry build. Like, it's gonna really like berry finding S, don't get me wrong. Well, we'll keep an eye on skill. But, like, if I just compare it with Steelix. Come on. There we go. With berry finding S alone, it's performing worse. So, the problem is competing with too good of things to really be... I mean, and honestly, this Togedemaru and this Steelix is equal rarity to a Togedemaru with berry fighting S, because they're both 16-pit Pokemon, so... But if you're going to invest Togedemaru, it's a good idea to have one with berry finding S, which honestly makes it a little bit of a worse hunt, because berry finding S is difficult to come by. But anyway... Holiday Sphere, let's look at that next. Or Titan, or... I don't know. Well, we'll go with Holiday Sphere, we'll go with this order. Okay, 21.4% ingredient rate. It's not going to be very useful on this, I'm assuming, based off that alone. It's got ice berries. And it's Sphere Holiday. Regarding berry finding S versus speed, I do know that on my alt, my starter Chew with 2x speed doesn't quite beat a berry finding S only Chew at equal levels. Equal levels. It's 2x speed? Yeah, that shouldn't beat it. Because 2x speed would be 21% decrease to frequency, which I don't know off the top of my head what that is. So that's a 26.5% increase to productivity. So yeah, it should be roughly half what the boost is, which the going it should be about 19 to 20%. Like a berry finding S one will probably produce about 19 to 20% more. 3,300 seconds. Okay. 6.59. Where does that rank? Like middle of the pack. No, I don't like that because this row was full. That means I need to either extend the image or I need to make a second row for it. But I don't want to do that because it looks nice the way it is. So I might just make the image wider to fit Holiday Sphere in. That's kind of funny. Yeah. Okay. Then... Titan. This one's also an ice type. With 20... Okay, 2,800 seconds on an ice type is also kind of nutty. I guess I didn't really pay much attention to their frequencies. That's not, like, insane, but it's also an ingredient specialist, though, which means the berry finding S index is naturally not going to like it very much. 20.9%. That also is a... Ingredients. Oh, I also forgot to select that this one's a skill specialist. There we go, 7.07. Well, that's actually... Again, that's actually not terrible. That's like in this range. Around the range of like Doug Trio and Flareon. Okay, yeah, that's meh. That is like very meh. And then Spiritomb. If I remember correctly, Spiritomb is not the fastest. Yeah. But this one's going to be terrible. I'm just going to tell you this outright. 3,500 second frequency. And then dark berries with a 19.8% ingredient rate. And ingredients bond. 5.59. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. Okay. Happy maintenance. Happy maintenance indeed. Crest level. Oh, for the 7, whatever. Well, let's see. You can actually see, this is the spreadsheet where I can actually see the exact number they pulled. And how just nuts Sceptile is. Oh, although this also includes berry specialists too, because I don't include them on the index, but I do have them on here for if they're sneaky snacking, because I just do like comparison. Salamence actually is at 10.8, which I believe is actually higher than Sceptile. Yeah, 10.06. So, Salamence actually does, I mean, big shocker, best berry specialist likes berries. What? I've considered investing a Gallade, have a level 59 Gardevoir, and I found, like, the perfect BFS skill male Ralts. I mean, if you want to use a Gallade, that's probably going to be one of the best options for it. Gallade really does like having Berry Finding S. As you can see here, it's right up there in that top area, and something also about the extra helpful Pokemon that isn't accounted for in my Berry Finding S value index at all is the fact that their main skill also helps when they proc on themselves more if it has Berry Finding S. So it also boosts the value of their main skill further. Also, I'm going to put my Pokemon to sleep right now. This is my Go++. I got a nice little case for it a while back. It's like a little Pokeball almost. It's just red, but here's the Go++. It's just to prevent myself from rolling on it while I sleep. But yeah, Gallade I do think is a pretty solid Pokemon. The big problem with it is it uses Ralts candies and uses a Ralts. And most Ralts you'd rather just make into a Gardevoir if you don't already have one, which... yeah, that's difficult to justify going for a Gallade instead. But I do think, like, Gallade is the best extra helpful Pokemon, so yeah. Can you explain why Drifblim has so much power in Rain on X? Well, Drifblim? Well, I know that Drifblim did get a buff not that long ago, and I guess I didn't really pay too much attention to it, but I do know that Drifblim in Rain on X, it assumes the average strength from its procs, but its procs are really inconsistent. So, like, if we were to compare it to Ampharos, let's see, because that's really its biggest competitor. Well, that and Golduck. I mean, it's really not that great. It's like the same as Ampharos, roughly. Especially if you look at just the skill, the stockpile versus charge strength M. And I would much rather have this than this. Wait, let me double check. Yeah, I do this set to 0. Also, I mean, it helps bonus stacks back down to 0. It's set to 4, actually. Okay. Yeah, comparing them, I actually prefer the Ampharos. Just because this is less conditional. Let's committal. With Drifblim, you have to hold it on the team until it spits up, which is a huge drawback. But it's no different than, like, Ampharos, really. Spiritomb good on the Berry Fest scale. It's the newest extra helpful. So curious if the dev followed the line of thinking. No, it performs pretty poorly in the Berry Finding S scale. 5.59, which is... let's see. Okay, let's make a copy of this. Now that I have the new mons in there. And let's just sort by column I. There we go. 5.59 puts it pretty much like Toxicroak or Dugtrio. Pretty much like a Toxicroak or a Gourgeist or a large Gourgeist. Okay, I'm Japanese and play the game in Japan. I also play Pokemon Go, and sometimes I see people playing Pokemon Sleep, collecting procs while they wait for raids to load up on Go. That's hilarious. The Pokemon scene and hype here in Japan, especially Tokyo where I live, near is insane beyond belief. I would love for there to be more Pokemon Sleep hype in other parts around the U.S. When I mentioned today, I talked to one of my coworkers, and I told him that I had a Pokemon Sleep YouTube channel, and his reaction was pretty much, "What is Pokemon Sleep?" And that was basically what my expectation was. But yeah. Yikes, that's brutal for Spiritomb. Thank you. Anytime. I'll be updating this index when I get a chance to, but it's going to take a little bit longer than I'd hoped. Because Sting and Holiday Spheal had to fit in one of the categories that's the widest, but I guess also Spiritomb does, being right next to Toxicroak. So, yeah. Yeah, it's right here, we said, I thought? Or Dugtrio. Wait, where's Dugtrio? Wait, why is Dugtrio way up there? Dugtrio should be at 5.49. Did I put Dugtrio at the wrong spot on? Oh wait. No, I just gave That's funny. I gave Dugtrio flying because I probably read Dodrio and put it as flying type berries, 6.64. Which that's still wrong. Wait, or is this supposed to be Dodrio and I labeled it wrong? Is this Dodrio stats? Let me look up Dodrio's stats. I've made that mistake before. But did the coworker subscribe? He did not. At least I don't think so. I'd have to ask him. I didn't give him the name of the channel, so he definitely did not. Although it probably wouldn't be too difficult for him to find, but okay. Okay, Dodrio, 18.4, 2300 seconds. No? Okay, so this is not a This is a Dugtrio speed. 19.0, 6.64. I think I have... Why is Dugtrio so high here? Is that Dugtrio's frequency, or did it get a buff since I made this sheet? I know Dugtrio got a buff at some point. What are Dugtrio's stats? 2650. That's where the difference is. Well, that makes it 7.01, so that's, yeah. But that sounds right with where it is on here. 7.01. Okay, let's resort this. Yes, great question. What is Pokemon Sleep, the game, all about? It's not a first-person shooter. No, it is not. First, get him to download the game, then recommend the channel for tips on how to play. Fast, low ingredient rate. Yeah. I'm glad I caught that error. Well, now I need to change it on the master. Where is Dugtrio? I find it funny that I have it correct on here, but I didn't have on this sheet. And the fact that I had this flying type berries is extra funny. There we go. Now it's corrected. I don't see where Murkrow is on it. Well, that's because it's Murkrow. It should be Honchkrow. Wait, is Honchkrow... Did I miss Honchkrow? Is Honchkrow not on the thing? No, it's right here. It's like dead center. But Murkrow is not on here because it's not fully evolved. And I don't think I included any other not fully evolved Pokemon, so... Yeah, because none of them would have made sense. What's funny is I believe Slacking actually is, like, horrendous on this scale. Even though I made it... Let's see, where was it? Oh, wait. Let's see, where is it on here? Slacking. It should be pretty far down. Oh, wait, no, it's not because I have it... I have it Sneaky Snacking. Because it's a berry finder. Yeah. 6.72. It's the lowest rated berry specialist. And this is assuming you'd be Sneaky Snacking, which is not really what you would do. It'd be 4.44 if it was a skills specialist, I think. Or... Yeah, it would be, because of its stupid ingredient rate being 33.9%. Why? Why, devs? Why did you make Slacking have the highest ingredient rate in the entire game when it's a berry specialist that wants to make its main skill? Like, this is just excessive. What's funny is, if you were to have these sorts of stats on a slacking, it finds ingredients 62% of the time. More often than berries. It is the only berry specialist where you can literally find ingredients more often than you can berries. If you have the right stats. Or the wrong stats, I guess. Also, I just got ran on premium. Do you have any more tips for someone trying to use the website more? The biggest tips I'd have is just make sure you learn all of this. It's not easy, but if you learn all of this, then you'll have it all figured out. For the most part. This is like the hardest stuff to learn right here. And remembering, always pay attention to make sure that you have all of this configured correctly. If there's even a single thing wrong in here, that's usually where 99% of problems with using RainOnX come from. Slacking is hungry. Woo, live stream. Because the devs... No dev knows what they are doing at launch. That's very true. I find it funny. Have they buffed slacking at all? I think they've buffed it a couple times, haven't they? I don't know. Usually when they buff things, that means that they suck. The most buffed Pokemon in the game have been Umbreon and Wobbuffet, I believe. I think they've received the most buffs of any Pokemon in the game. And where did they land on my tier list? Do I need to bring this... Do I need to show that on screen here? Was it this one? Let's see... No, that's the community rankings one. Whoops. This one. Yeah, my tier list. Wobbuffet and Umbreon. And Persian also is quite buffed, but... Any predictions for game changes in 2026? Speedmint, trading, Eureka Seed for all mons? I don't think we'll get Eureka Seeds for all mons. That seems a bit much. But I could see it in, like... a few... predictions for 2026. I think the devs are just going to keep trickling us more Pokemon, giving us a few more every now and then. I don't think they want to do anything crazy game-breaking, but I think they'll introduce a couple more main skills. I'm not expecting anything to just be nuts. Although we'll have to see what legend gets introduced. Because it's pretty much expected that they give us a new legendary as part of Pokemon Day is when they usually announce it. Which, by the way, I think I'll be doing another live stream that morning, reacting to said Pokemon Day stuff. The same way that I've done the last 2 years. Yeah, because I did it last year and the year before that as well. Well, did I do the year before? No, there have been 2 Pokemon Day live streams, or not Pokemon Day. There have been 2 Pokemon Presents that I've live streamed. But I'll do the same again. I believe I'm available that morning, so. Why was Wobbuffet not S tier? Because it's Wobbuffet. I'm holding out for additional buffs for Umbreon and Persian. Honestly, I just want to see Payday. Payday, Dream Shard, Magnet, S. It's so easy. Why have they not done it yet? That'd be such an easy buff. I don't know what they would do with it, but they could make some sort of creative thing. Maybe just give it a crit chance. Just take the current skill and make it that, like, it's a 10% chance to double or something. You wouldn't even have to adjust the mon's main skill trigger rate, and then boom. It's now a Pokemon that can get a Payday every now and then. And, like, that's fun and simple. You don't have to make it better than the current, but, like, it'd be unique. It'd be interesting. It'd be a cool buff. Rayquaza. Oh, man. Weather Trio, the influx of ground types gives me the vibes. I could see that. Someone made a chart the other day of, like, the distribution of lines. And as of right now, it's like... I'd have to find that Reddit thread again. Let's see. Yep, here it is. Distribution of final Evo by type. Shout out to Lotus5 for making this. Rock types. Rock types struggled the most. So I don't... if we go off, like, the trend of, like, they add a bunch of dark types right before Darkrai and psychic types as well, or buffed the dark types, then... because that was when I made my first Darkrai prediction, my Cresselia versus Darkrai prediction, that ended up being actually true. it was based off the fact that they were buffing dark types just randomly. Like, they randomly buffed Houndoom for seemingly no reason. They buffed Umbreon in the same update, and they started adding a boatload of dark types. Weavile was announced dark type. Where's the Titan on the tier list? On the tier list, I put the Titan here. But more rock types for Regirock, maybe? If they start adding a bunch of rock types, then I could see the case that they're on a trend to... Then that would be like a hint that they're on a trend towards the... whatever they're called. The Reggies. They have a technical term, I think, but... the Reggies. Another one that a lot of people suggest is Swords of Justice. I think is another one that a lot of people kind of want, because it doesn't overlap at all. So it's kind of likely. There's steel, grass, and rock. So, as of right now, the number of rock types in the game don't really cater towards that. They're adding another bug type. Maybe they're teasing Buzzwole, guys. Maybe we're getting Ultra Beasts for 2026. I'm not actually predicting that. I doubt that's the case. That'd be quite the turn of events, though. Swords brings balance, but when have devs cared about type balance? That's true. Me personally, this is more of a hope, just because I really love Chien Pao, but I would want to see the Treasures of Ruin. And only one of those overlap with any types. They could introduce it last. Chi-Yu could be like the last one. But like grass, ice, ground, they're all like have a decent amount of mons in the game. The only one that's like a little bit crazy is fire, but one of these is a legendary, so it's really like 5, 5, 5, 5, 4. If we just get one more ground type, be a bit more balanced. And I could see it being the case, that they would want to introduce that sort of thing. But we'll have to see as time goes on if they introduce more rock types. Because as of right now, if they were to introduce either the Swords or the Reggies, there just aren't enough rock types for Regirock or Terrakion. Even if they add one in preparation, which they probably would, that'd still be only 3. That wouldn't even be a full team of rock types. They wouldn't be able to run the full different mon shtick of legendaries in this game without having an unevolved Pokemon on the team. Who wants to run Graveler? Another fun item. Oh, I guess... Wait a minute. I guess Onyx does exist, and that is unevolved, but... So yeah, there would be... That still puts it at 3. So it'd be Onyx, whatever the new Pokemon they would add for it would be, the Pokemon, the legendary itself, and then whatever these other 2 rock-type fully evolved Pokemon are. I think Golem is one. What's the last one? What's the last rock-type in the game? I'm unaware. I don't know what the last rock-type is. Sudowoodo! That's what it is. I just remembered. Before I looked at it. Okay. Do you really have that many dark types? Yeah, we do. We have a lot of dark types that are fully evolved. All these guys. If we just look at final evolution, there's a decent amount. There's 10. Yeah, Sudowoodo. Would love Jirachi. Yeah, Jirachi would be kind of cool. I'm scared of them adding more mythicals, though. More biscuit sinks. Because that's really... It feels like that's going to be what all the mythicals are going to be. Is just they're going to use the Eureka Seed mechanic. And it's just going to be a way to lure you into using way more biscuits than it's worth. But, hey, for some people it's worth it for whales, but... Or people who are more casual that don't really care to min-max the game. That's acceptable, too. Oh, yeah, most of them are 16 pip. Yeah, 1, 2, 3... Another one's Darkrai. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of them are either legendary or... Oh, no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 of them are either 16 pip or legendary. And one of them's Umbreon. As for the ones that are actually, relatively usable, there's Meowscarada, Tyranitar, Houndoom. That's like it for huntable and usable. I was really surprised Spiritomb was dark instead of ghost. Yeah, I am kind of too. Because there aren't really that many amount of ghost types either. Like, yes, it shows there being 4 here because Gourgeist counts as 4 separate ones, but really 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 6 lines. Oh, whoops, that's the wrong image. 6 ghost lines. Granted, of these, it's really only one of them is 16 pips. And all of them have some degree of viability, I'd say. And even Tyranitar is a pseudo, which makes it more expensive to level up. That is true, but it is really, really good at what it does. The Gen 4 trio? Gen 4 trio. Is that the lake, like the lake trio? Is that... Is that what you're referring to? Oh, wait, no. The creation trio. Is that the Gen 4? I don't know which Pokemon are which gens, so... Either way, is that... Yeah. Although I got to thinking about it, or I just realized, technically, even the swords would overlap a little bit with Keldeo if you added that in there, a mythical. Because Keldeo would be water type. Unless they made Keldeo fighting type, just to counteract that, in which case we need more fighting type Pokemon. Those 3, and of those 3, 1 is a pseudo. That's terrible. Opinions in a berry fighting S. Helping bonus Darkrai for only berries not using the skill. Yeah, that's valid. I mean, helping bonus is just generally good. You don't have to complain about that. And then Darkrai does like berry fighting S. And honestly, the skill is kind of overrated because the less the skill procs, the more energy your team has. So I think that's actually the best way to use Darkrai, if you can choose what sub-skills you're going to get. Meant Lake Trio. Oh, you meant the Lake Trio. Yeah, do you mean Dialga, Palkia, Giratina? Yeah. I didn't know which trio was at what gen, okay? There are 2 Gen 4 trios. Box Legendaries are the Creation Trio, but not really referred to as that often. Then the Lake Trio. Okay. We already have Darkrai and Cress. I suppose Shaman and Arceus also count. Yeah, I mean, Shaman would be cool. You could have Shaman Sky as well. Like, you could have different forms of it. Could it be our first form-changing Pokemon? Could we get Shaman Sky? Actually, I don't... Can you change Shaman's form in-game? Can you use just, like, an item to change its form? Or is it like a... You have to catch the different forms? Oh, it revert. Yeah, it changes. The Lake Trio are all pure Psychic. Hard to see them being added. That is true. It would be a huge buff to every Psychic-type Pokemon in the game. Although it'd be cool to have, like, 3... Is an item. Yeah. Okay, cool. It would be kind of neat to have, like, if they were to introduce the Lake Trio, say... They could make it that, like, each one is a different specialty, or maybe, like, each one of them's main skill played on a different specialty. So you could have, like, Uxie be more of, like, ingredient-focused, so maybe it could be, like, a variant of Tasty Chance combined with Ingredient Magnet or something like that, or Pot Expansion. And then, like, it's more powerful the more Psychic types are on the team. Then you could have Mesprit, I guess, be more like a berry specialist. Like one where, like, I don't know, it could be like Cresselia's main skill almost, but continue the trend of just them being worse Cresselia. I don't know. Berry Burst, but then also maybe like giving a frequency buff or something? I don't know how they would do that. Then make it unique from Cresselia. And then, like, the other one could be, Azelf, could be more of, like, a... They could do what they were trying to do with Togedemaru's skill, but make it more and happen to everyone. Nothing will beat Crest, though. I'm sure power creep will eventually be a thing, very slowly over time, but Cress is probably going to be a top tier for ages. It's just a very, very good Pokemon. You know, this is very random, but something else that I've kind of noticed is that even though my Cress actually does solid healing, like, it actually keeps them above the, like, pretty much topped off almost all day long on average for most days. If I have, like, the 3 to 4 health bonus stacks with good camp ticket, it works so much better as a healer. Although off weeks, not as good. I'm not running as much helping bonus, not as good. Crit and Pod Expand is a good one, yeah. I would think that'd be kind of neat. Crit chance and Pod Expansion at the same time. And then maybe, like, the both aspects of it could be increased by Psychic types on the team. I don't know. It feels like if they were to do that, it would just make Psychic type Pokemon, like, way stupidly valuable. Because at that point, I feel like if they were to have, like, multiple events around them, then multiple people... I agree. I don't see the, like, trio getting added. Because there'd be a lot of type overlap. A lot of people would be disappointed. I feel like they're not even everyone's favorite. Like, some people love them. Don't get me wrong. They are classic. But at the same time, they're not, like, everybody's favorite Pokemon. I guess there are also the Forces of Nature. But that would double up on typing with Electric. Oh, wait, no, not the Forces... Yeah, the Forces of Nature. The Guardian Deities? That would double up on 2 typings. Do you think the next set of starters will be we get Gen 4 or 4 since we got Gen 3 last? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Just because, you know, I would have thought Gen 3 would have been the first ones we would have gotten, which we didn't. We got Gen 9 first to be released after, because we originally had Gens 1 and 2. Then they just randomly released Gen 9 for the 1-year anniversary. So given that, I don't see any degree of consistency. I can't expect anything. I would have expected Gen 3 to be the first, like, year anniversary thing, but that wasn't the case. So I don't know what to expect. Maybe they'll release the Gen 6 starters to play off the ZA hype, although at that point, ZA hype's probably going to be mostly gone. Well, not necessarily gone. The game will still be around, but I think people will be more hyped on champions and whatnot. The game's no longer fresh at that point. But maybe off the new mega hype, maybe Gen 6 starters will be coming around. Who knows? Some people, like, only time will tell on that one. Forces of Nature with an introduction to form changing. Maybe Berry to Ingredient Specialist between forms would be cool. Doubt they'd want to make something that good, though. I'd be surprised to see Berry to Ingredient form changing. Just because, I mean, depending on which stats you roll, you're just always going to leave it in one or the other, because the stats are not going to be working on the other spread at all. For real, I'm wondering if they will ever do something like Arceus or ZA. Like with Sleep. Imagine them releasing Zygarde. Ground-type Legendary. Yeah, with however many Pokemon. Oh man, they could release Zygarde, Xerneas, and Yveltal. Although Yveltal... they could make Yveltal a Flying-type Legendary. They absolutely could do that. And not make it Dark-type, which would be kind of weird. But it's possible they could do that, and then there wouldn't be any type overlap of a ground, flying, and fairy. Poor Xerneas in this game, though. The fairies are not... well, it would have a healer to match up with, at least. Like with those regional Pokemon. Oh, okay, so like Arceus, Hisuian Pokemon. I wouldn't expect any Hisuian Pokemon, just because they have kind of lore implications of them being like ancient forms. It kind of implies time travel in Pokemon Sleep if they're to add Hisuian forms. So I'm not expecting to ever see the Hisuian forms, because that's just kind of weird. Just like I'm not expecting to see the Ultra Beasts ever. Because, once again, they kind of are weird, and that has some interesting lore implications, for sure. As for other regional Pokemon, though, I mean, we already have Alola Ninetales, as you can see in front of me. We already have... So we absolutely could get other regional forms. I just don't expect Hisuian specifically to ever be a thing. Which is unfortunate, because Hisuian Arcanine is really, really cool. I don't know what they would do with it, but it'd be cool. Imagine if they added Guzzlord to the game. Oh, gosh. Guzzlord. They make his inventory like 999 just by default. To be fair, an ultra space sleep location would be wild. It's very true. A while back, I was talking with Adrian Styles about what an Ultra Beasts event in Pokemon Sleep could look like. And he made a joke about, like, a portal opening up in Snorlax's belly to the other dimension. While they've confirmed that some Hisuian forms are still around in present mainline games, you get Gift, Hisuian Growlithe, and Scarvy. Oh, interesting. So then maybe. I'm still not expecting it, though. Maybe you can get it off of incense. That'd make some of its sleep styles very rare and very desired. If they made it incense only. I wonder if they'll start making islands based off game locations. That could be kind of neat. Maybe make one that's like Alola, and there's where all the Alolan forms spawn. Or like, I think that's not perfect. Really, I want to see more islands so badly. There are like there's a lot of potential for other islands, and I want to see more islands so that, like, especially depending upon expert mode, how they end up handling other islands. But as of right now, it's like there doesn't feel like any difference between fighting and Grassberry. It doesn't feel like there's any difference between Ice and Normal Berry or Ice and Dark Berry. It doesn't really feel like there's a difference between Psychic and Grassberry. It's just about which island it applies to. If we had another set of 6 islands, then every berry could apply to 2 different islands. And at which case, the berries would actually feel unique and, like, specific. So, I don't know. As for what combos they could do, I don't know, maybe like... Well, we already have electric steel. I don't know. I really don't know. Ice, water, bug. I don't know. I don't know why we would do that, but I feel like Guzzlord would try to steal Snorlax's meals. Every proc of its main skill, it gets more energy. It self-recharges, but it also eats a percentage of the next meal. So it decreases it by a % value. That would be terrible. Some of them are still around, possibly due to the actions of the MC documenting and catching the Hisuian Pokemon. The main character. Okay. That would make sense. I guess I don't know too much about the lore of the base games, because I've never actually played any of the base games, minus playing through like half of Heart Gold. I never finished it, and then I upgraded my phone, and I don't think I have access to the old save file, so... Well, maybe. If I did, it'd be on the Sleeper's phone, which I don't have on me right now because it's currently sleeping. They could either make new islands or make the expert modes for other islands have different combos of favorite berry. That's true, but I kind of... Okay, and this is actually a discussion we were having in the Discord a couple days ago, maybe like a week or so ago. I want to see the expert modes of the other islands just be exactly what they are, but they pick a random primary berry of the 3 options. I think it'd be best, because it still keeps the island's identity. It still has a lot of the randomness of expert mode, but it makes planning a bit more possible. And that's always been the thing, is like Greengrass is not difficult by numbers. Greengrass is difficult in a sense that it is random. You can't really plan for it. I feel like Cyan's actually an easier island to conquer than Greengrass is, because you know exactly what you're getting into with it. But unless you're using an event where you know one of the berries, that can change things. You could either make new island, or would love a flying grass bug island. That'd be kind of neat, and that wouldn't overlap any of them. See, there are things you can do. Oh yeah, Malamar for a dark type would be interesting. I have no idea how they... Sleep upside down for 50 hours. That'd be funny. Malamar. It could have topsy-turvy. What would topsy-turvy do? Because that is it. Like, it's topsy-turvy and contrary. Like, the two things it's known for. A space area would be ghost, psychic, dark. Yeah, that also doesn't overlap on any. See, there are so many potentials. So much potential for new islands. And I'm just hoping and praying we get one new island in 2026. Because if we don't, I may just lose hope that their plan and outlook for the rest of the game, for the rest of time, is just get us the 6 expert mode islands and then they're done. Like, I don't want that to be the case, but if they release now Cyan Beach expert mode at like the same time as we would have expected like another island to be, that would just be so disheartening to me. I'm hoping they release Cyan Beach expert mode like within the next couple of months. Maybe multiple expert modes, as some have assumed, but I think we're just going to get one at a time. I think the devs intentionally, they limit how quickly we get resources and new access to new things, because ultimately access to new things is powerful by the definitions of things. If we have access to Cyan Beach expert mode now, then we could be pushing strength there now and be getting the shards of it now. And I'm assuming the shards at Cyan Beach expert mode are going to be better than the shards of Greengrass expert mode, which is insane to think about, because Greengrass expert mode is already insane for shards. So I'm interested to see what that's going to do. Islands really keep driving new and return interest in the game, and I think they're enough to make they'll keep doing it. Yeah. Well, and also adding new islands solves, or it assists with the diluted spawn pool problem. Because as they add more islands, there's more places you can add the new mons to without diluting the already existing spawn pools too much. It's the best way for them to combat that. I would love to see just adding a new island that is like they pull a Unova, and they just release it, and it's like all new Pokemon there. Not a single one. They're never going to do that, because that'd be a massive update. There'd be so many new things, but it'd be wild if there was like not a single Pokemon after this point is available before this point. And it's just available and that also is not a very new player friendly thing, and all the updates are going to be enticing new players. If they were to release a new island like that and be like, you can't get these Pokemon until you've been playing for like a year and a half and you actually unlock it, that wouldn't be very enticing to new players. But it'd be cool. I think it'd be cool for us veterans. But I understand why they're not going to do it, most likely. Love to see an island every half year and an expert mode every quarter between those islands. Unfortunately, it looks like islands are on a slower pace now. They've been slowly slowing down the island release time frame. Between every island they've released, they've taken a bit more time. And I think that's just because it takes us more time to catch up to where the game is at every time they release a new island. Because there's just more things to level. It costs more XP to level our Pokemon. It costs more shards to upgrade our pot. Which I don't even have the pot size fully maxed out yet. I don't even have it at 75. And it can go up to 81. So I could get it to 75 literally today if I wanted to. But I want to save more shards for the candy boost next week. Is the big thing. I wish they would add a repel instance. Block either a type or sleep style for a sleep session. It's so hard to actually find something when they add new Pokemon. Repels would be kind of neat. Maybe they could also say, like... Maybe they could make it that with a silver badge on a Pokemon. Although that does cause problems, because, like... in order to turn off Why Not spawns, you'd have to catch 40 Why Not. But maybe, like, after you get a certain badge with them, you could just disable the spawn of the Pokemon outright. That could be kind of nice. That actually would pretty easily solve the problem. The thing is, if you're catching 40 of something, it's probably the stuff you want. If it's the stuff you want, then turning it off isn't going to be good. This is a way they can make a new island with completely separate spawn pool, newbie friendly. branched paths. Unlocking Cyan or New Island. That could be kind of neat. Or, like, maybe they could make it like a side-by-side. So, like, maybe they could give us another Cyan Beach level, like, tier island. That's, like, just another option that you unlock at the same time as Cyan. That, like, they're on the same tiering, but it has different Pokemon. That makes sense. I like that. Older players would just unlock it automatically anyway. Yeah. So, you unlock both islands at the same time, and you have to choose one way or the other. In fact, even with that, they could throw all the Pokemon that are on this new track of island unlocks and just chuck it all to... they could put it all at Greengrass as well and make Greengrass even more watered down. Honestly, I wouldn't be opposed to it all being at Greengrass if they were to do it that way. Because then it... Let's be honest, right now you don't hunt anything at Greengrass unless it's like during a special event. And even then it's difficult. Greengrass has so many problems of watered down spawn pool. Have you ever looked at the map for Greengrass, like in Rain on X, of just how many spawns are there? How many different Pokemon exist here? It's like, it's just so many. Like almost every line, I swear. Minus a few island exclusives. I'm still missing some of the sleep styles. I don't have some of the 4 stars here, it looks like. There's actually... Somehow I've never seen Honchkrow once. I don't know how that slot is still open for me, because I spent a long time at Old Gold Power Plant. I know Honchkrow spawns there. But somehow I never stumbled upon it. Once. It's a deck slot that remains open to this day. When do data mines usually come out from maintenance, right? So sometimes, there usually are some sort of data mines that come out with maintenance. I don't think there's been any information yet. It's until they push the update. But honestly, tonight, it goes till 3 a.m. my time. Supposedly. It could end early. We don't know. But they schedule it as potentially lasting as late as 3 a.m. If that's the case, I'm sorry. I don't think I'm going to be up that late. Well, wait a minute. Oh. Yeah. So, if the update does get released before the end of the night, then I might wait and see if there's anything in the data mine. If I had to guess, the only thing they're going to find tonight is probably just the energy values for how much like each skill level of the energy for everyone berry juice is going to be. But my guess, I'm going to guess that they're just going to use the one they already have. And that is the one for Cress. Because it's already there for a slightly weaker energy curve, like energy recovery amount. So, I could see this being the case, that they're just going to use this again. And if I had to guess, they're probably going to balance Shuckle in a way that he procs about the same amount as basic energy for everyone. Which... If you apologize there, I'm tired, I guess. If that does turn out to be the case, and they make it be the same amount, then that'd be, or the same amount as Cress, then that is decreasing the value of it on Shuckle specifically. But either way, we've got a couple hours still until that is even possible to see, and by that point, I'll probably want to go to bed. So we'll see. I'd like to see the information before I fall asleep, but there's no way of knowing whether that'll be the case or not. But yeah, it's there's not all that much in the news. Speed review is changing. Is there any specific Pokemon you're hunting that you would raise your confidence in getting to M20 on Amber Canyon? Or would it be a little too late? Too little, too late to invest between them now and then. Salamence? Well, in order to really know that, I'd have to see how many candies I have for Salamence. I think Salamence would be too little too late, for sure. Because it's a pseudo, it's on a higher XP curve. There's no way I could get it to the level that I would need it to be at. Even if it had some of the best stats for what it does. Certain Pokemon that might help me a bit more. I guess maybe well, I don't think even Butterfree, I don't have enough candies for that. Because I've used a lot of Butterfree candies. Same with Altaria. I really don't think there's anything that would help me at this point. The only thing that could really help me would be either Salamence or Butterfree. And even then, there's no way I could get them up to the level that I would need them to be at before Valentine's. So really the big thing that would help me out is if they increased the level cap. That's the biggest thing, honestly. Because then I could increase the levels of my desserts, my Zingzap. If I roll it just one more week in between now and then theoretically I could level that a bit more. Level that meal, but I don't think they're doing that anytime soon because we're getting maintenance tonight. Usually a level cap increase comes with maintenance. If they're giving us maintenance tonight, then this maintenance probably covers the next 2 events. Because that's kind of what they've been doing lately, because they don't want to put the servers down as much. So this probably covers Super Skills Week, and it probably also covers prep for Valentine's. They're probably just not releasing it, pushing it to our end yet. But they're updating it on the server end. And then when it comes to Valentine's, they'll just push an update, and then we'll get all that information. Which means the next maintenance, where they could change the level cap, is probably going to be after Valentine's Day. So I've just come to accept that I'm bound by level 65, most likely. I don't think they're pushing the level cap between now and then. Maybe you caught a hungry bag and it'd get you there. I really don't think so. I mean, I guess I'd have to actually run a comparison. Because I could maybe get it to 50. And ignore these teams. This is for a different video that I'm working on. But this is the team that I'm looking at running. It would probably take the place of my Alolan Ninetales because the rest of the team I need for the apples, the ginger, and everything. Like, every Pokemon here is very carefully needed, minus the Alolan Ninetales. Now, if I remove Alolan Ninetales, it does remove my ginger productivity a little bit. But theoretically, I could maybe stockpile something. I could include as part of the Berry Burst. Theoretically, I'll build up some of that ginger, but let's see. If I got a Salamence, how good of a Salamence would I... Let's say I caught the perfect Salamence and got it to level 50. And hey, it makes ginger. That's kind of funny. That actually does help out a little bit if it made ginger. I should have saved the team with the guy on it before I changed it. I'm smart. I'm very smart. Can't you tell? Okay. Okay, this number seems kind of low. Why is it low? Because it wasn't like 8.1 mil, I thought. Oh well. 8.0 mil versus 8.2 mil. I guess at level 50, if it is like the perfect Salamence. If it's just Berry Finding S helping bonus, 8.1. So I guess it does perform a little bit better. If it's a little bit better, then... But that's if I can get to level 50. That's a far cry. That's an outreach. Or level 30. Yeah, see, at level 30, it's already worse than what the Ninetales could get. Or level 40, right in the middle. Actually, wait, it would need to be 42, because isn't that where it evolves? I think that's where it evolves. So, I would need to get it to 43. At what's the break-even level? That's what matters most. Okay, 45. If I can't get the Salamence beyond level 45, then that's where I break even. That's the break-even point. So, I don't know if I can get it to 45 before that point. I guess we'll have to see. Okay. Oh man, I need to catch up on chat. How often do we expect the mini candy boost to show up? It feels like it's been coming at least once a month in the past 6 months or so. I could see that. I guess I haven't really been tracking it, but that feels about right. It's based off what you're saying. I would also like to see the Cramomatic show up more often. Every 3 months seems reasonable. I would love to see the Cramomatic more often, but so far we've only gotten it twice a year for 2 years now. And consistent, like both times it was Summer Festival and New Year's week 2. Like both times. That's the only time we've gotten it in the year. It might be just my Mons, but the Baggin I just caught beats my Altaria at 38 with Evo to Salamence. My Altaria is 52. I mean, Altaria also sucks. Well, it's not... Okay. Sucks is a bit of a strong word. It's actually an okay Pokemon, but it's definitely not a top tier by any means. And also depends on the sub-skills on your Altaria. My Arbok is, like, shockingly good because even though Arbok is a terrible species, I'm glad I caught such a good Arbok because it makes it actually viable. And Arbok's one of my favorite Pokemon. I don't know if I know I've talked about that before. So the fact that I caught one that is actually pretty viable and holds up because its sub-skills are just that insane makes me pretty happy, to say the least. My birthday is February 19th, so my birthday wish is that you hit Master 20. Well, thank you. I am glad that you're willing to spend your birthday wish on me. That'll be right before your birthday, right? Yeah, the 19th. That'll be just afterwards, but I appreciate the sentiment a lot. Mini Candy Boost is coming around monthly to collect my protection money so I can never upgrade my pot. Feels about right. If I didn't have Swallots, I don't know when I'd be upgrading my pot. I need a third Dream Shard Magnet Pokemon, and it's not happening anytime soon. If they were greatly boosted this week, next week, if next week they were greatly boosted, or much greater appearance rate, whatever, I would probably go to top and then use a travel ticket to transfer area bonus. But, like, yes, they're boosted, but it's a slightly greater, and I hate the slightly greater appearance rates, because, like, there's so many things boosted. I'm just going to end up seeing Wynots and Togepis all week. Like, Eevee, Igglybuff, Togepi, and Wynot. I feel like that's all it's going to show up. Growlithe, maybe. And then the 3 that I'm kind of there for is just not going to show up. Because that's how slightly greater appearance rate works in this game. Every time someone's like, I'm going to go hunt this Pokemon at this island because it's boosted. Yeah, it's boosted, but you're probably going to be disappointed because it's only a slightly greater rate. The slightly greater appearance rates just suck. That's my opinion about it. You can kind of base it off the general spawn pool, but it's not going to be that beneficial. Because they don't actually boost it all that much. But yeah, I would need to get a Berry Finding S help bonus Salamence, and I would need to get to level 45. I don't think that's happening anytime soon. I did actually catch a decent Salamence. Well, kind of. I caught a kind of decent Salamence option today. The problem is it's not good until level 75, really. And that's difficult for me to justify investment on. Because that's just so far away. It doesn't feel anywhere near now. So, I mean, only time will tell, but man, I'm not expecting... Okay, ironically, my Altaria and brand new Salamence both have Berry Finding S and help speed them. I mean, that's probably why the Salamence does so much better. That does, because Salamence is significantly better than Altaria. Altaria is very mid. Salamence is actually, like, really solid. Favored berry. I love that you can just click select all berries now. That huge quality of life thing for Pokemon Sleep researchers. Or people who like to just study the game and not necessarily maximize the game. I do like to maximize the game, just in my own way. I maximize the game in my own way. Here's a comparison of all the final evolutions in the game, of all the berry specialists. And you can see Salamence up here, Altaria down here. There's about a 10k difference between them. So it makes sense. It's about 20%. That's not even enough to close the gap with, like, Help Speed M. Because Help Speed M is a 16% boost. There's about a 20% difference. So you need more than just one Help Speed M stack. I would have thought that the level difference would show more, honestly, but nope. Salamence just outproduces Altaria that much. Yep, there's a... Salamence, they definitely overtuned it. It's the strongest berry specialist in the game. Alolan Ninetales is showing up better here, but that's because it's accounting for its main skill, which I don't like the way that Rain on X accounts for Alolan Ninetales' main skill. It assumes all procs land on itself, which is just not realistic. It should devalue it a little bit. And I'm saying that as someone who thinks that Alolan Ninetales is underrated by the community. I think that Alolan Ninetales is underrated by the community, but it is overrated by Rain on X. I will admit to that. So it shows up better here, but in my opinion, Salamence is better. If we're to compare them when they're sneaky snacking, you can see that difference. If I can remember, there's where sneaky snacking settings are. Inventory settings. When you make that adjustment, which is one that needs to be refreshed in order to load for some reason. When you make that adjustment, you can see Salamence does a little bit better. Specialty berries. There's where Salamence is, and that actually puts Alolan Ninetales down here. But Alolan Ninetales does have a very valuable skill, so I think it lands somewhere between here and here. But under sneaky snacking conditions, Salamence is the best. But realistically, you don't want to sneaky snack most Pokemon, even berry specialists. There are a few that are very good at sneaky snacking, like Arbok. Actually, that is a comparison to make. Is sneaky snacking Altaria, and I will say that that is something that you should account for. Salamence is probably, and that doesn't really show up in the Pokedex, because the Pokedex feature you can't make one sneaky snack and the other one not. So, if we're talking berry fighting as Help Speed M, if we have that on both Salamence and on Altaria, Altaria is going to benefit a lot more from sneaky snacking. Salamence, if you're using the Cooking Power Up S, it's not going to want a sneaky snack. We'll assume you're not using it, though, to give it the benefit of the doubt. It's just max the main skill, whoops. Then we're looking at 34,000 strength. We got to make sure we have Dragonberry enabled. So 69,000 strength versus Altaria when sneaky snacking. 55,000. So that gets them a bit closer. What's the point where the Altaria is better than the Salamence, even while sneaky snacking? So yeah, it takes till about level 50, 57 before the Salamence becomes truly better, if you're taking into account sneaky snacking. But if you don't have them sneaky snacking, then the Altaria just is way worse, because it's hindered by its massive ingredient rate and useless main skill. So, because here's the same comparison, and I guess it's not as bad as I thought it would have been. Either way, Altaria is not the best. Only want a sneaky snack charge energy users. Yeah, pretty much. Or like I said, Salamence, if you're not really using the cooking power-up for the purpose of making a higher level meal, it's probably better to just not let it do that at all. Cooking power-up is, I made a video on this a while back. It is a terrible main skill if you're not using it to make a meal that you wouldn't be otherwise able to make because of the pot expansion. If you're just using it to add extra filler, it is a terrible main skill. Don't bother running it. Now, Salamence is a bit interesting because you kind of have to run it. Same thing for like Meowscarada and for what's the other one that has that skill? The other ingredient. There's another ingredient specialist that has it. Oh, Luxray. If it it has the main skill anyway, you're running it for the ingredients, you get it naturally. Salamence, you're gonna get it naturally, but Salamence, you do have the decision to at least sneaky snack it. So like it kind of makes sense for Salamence if you're not making a meal that can take advantage of it. So, yeah, that's just the nature of it. That's one that you may actually consider sneaky snacking despite it not being charge energy. But Altaria really does want a sneaky snack. Like, you don't need its main skill. Its main skill is kind of dull. And it has a shockingly high, a criminally high ingredient rate for a Dragon Berry Pokemon. 25.8%. We were talking earlier, Spiritomb's like 20%. So, like, actual ingredient specialists have lower ingredient rates than Altaria. So, you really do kind of want to sneaky snack Altaria, Arbok, and the Arbok comparison is better as well. When you actually, like, if you actually have it set up this way, and then sneaky snack it, it looks a lot better than it, the comparison looks better for it than it does when you compare without it sneaky snacking, obviously. Now, the Salamence is at a worse level, I will say that, but like, the Arbok actually does... The sneaky snacking Arbok does better than the non-sneaky snacking Altaria. And I'm getting sick of saying sneaky snacking. There's a tongue twister for you. But yes, there is quite the discrepancy here. The thing is, this is probably the Salamence that I'd be going for. And this is the Arbok that I have. And when you make that comparison, my Arbok is about the same as a viable Salamence. Then again, that's when it's... Yeah, okay. If we don't want its main skill, then there's quite a big difference there. But I still think this is viable. This is still plenty strong, in my opinion. Maybe that's cope, but I don't care. Arbok's one of my faves, and I will use it at the Amber Canyon because I caught a great one, and I used a mint on it. And I'm proud. It is worth it for the snake. I think it's my second favorite Gen 1 Mon. I know it's my favorite Gen 1 poison type, that's for sure. Yo, what's up? What's up, Dude Sweat? Or Dude Sweet Sweat 3879? Glad to have you here. Glad to have you here. It's a pretty nice night here. We're waiting for the maintenance to complete, potentially. I'm probably going to go to bed before the maintenance is actually done. I'm not expecting to stay up that late. Although I could. I don't have work tomorrow till 4, so... I wish my shiny Arbok was just a bit better. She's usable, but not a Giga or anything. Pretty sure also Berry Finding has help speed M. Yeah, that's a bit difficult to justify investment on an Arbok. But also it's a shiny, so... Like, I have a shiny Primeape just like that. So... I wouldn't complain too much. So I don't know about berry bombing in the Discord. Yeah, berry bombing is a very interesting topic to discuss. It's a bit difficult to calculate in Rain on X. I mean, it's easy if you know where to, but you do have to hand calculate, is the big problem. I'm intending on making a berry bomb myself. funny is I could actually use a Alolan Ninetales to build a Berry Bomb. That'd be funny. Build a Berry Bomb with a Alolan Ninetales as one of the Pokemon building the Berry Bomb. That'd be comical. But we'd be looking at building a Berry Bomb on Arbok. I'd be just tanking strength. I'll be completely honest about that. We'd be using Entei. Entei, obviously. And then we'd have Arcanine as a secondary stacker, which I really do need to actually give Arcanine some main skill seeds. It would help my berry bombing goal a bit better. I'd probably give it 1, because I think I have one right now that I could use. And it has been one of my long-term goals, is to get my Arcanine up there in main skill level. And maybe, just maybe, I can get him to level 50. Ooh, that's something that I should target with the candy boost. I didn't even think about that. I'll see if I have extra candy boost candies available to hit Arcanine with, because I do want to get him to level 50. That would make a big difference for me. But yeah, probably Typhlosion as well. And then Alolan Ninetales. Either that or Altaria. I don't know which one's going to have stronger berries. Berry Bomb for close to 3 weeks recently. That is nuts. Why not build with Raikou, Palma, and Raichus? Have you heard of this thing called investment? Entei already has 6 main skill seeds. And plus, look at this Entei I have. Look at this Entei. It's not going to outperform with a Raikou. And plus, I don't have a Raikou already invested. I'm not investing it just to berry bomb this one. I'm not working in theory right now. I'm working in what I actually have for this one. So, that's why we're using what we're using. But yeah, we'd be looking at these 3 guys. We got Skill Trigger, Calm, Entei, and I don't have a Legendary and IDK if it's worth the investment just based off those 2 things alone. Skill Trigger and Calm is... It's good enough, but it's not great. I put that in the same realm as, like... Because Calm is, unfortunately, the speed down one. Which is rough. But at the same time, like, Skill Trigger up is a net positive. But it's a weaker net positive than other Skill Trigger natures. So, I would say it's fine. It's investable if you want to invest a Legendary. But it's not amazing. It's not going to be game-breaking or anything. So, based off these calculations, I should net about 36,189 per day with it. With this setup. I could throw on a healer, but usually adding a healer to this sort of core doesn't really help that much. Could consider not running a healer in your bomb and just using an energy pillow on your legendary. I don't have a healer on this team already. It's alright, though. I really only need, Wait a minute, what am I... Because, yeah, this is netting me 36k per day. I got basically 2 weeks to build up the bomb. That's about 500,000 strength. If I add 500,000 strength to the team that I was building before, which this is the team that I actually have, that's 8.5 mil. That actually doesn't... I've done the calcs before, and realistically, it should yield me enough. 8.5 mil, yeah. It's about right on target. Especially if I can get the Dena up there a little bit higher in level. You have a decent Kanto Ninetales that could cheer up Entei? No. I've got a Kanto... I do have a Kanto Ninetales that's okay, but it's not gonna hit it that often. It's alright. It doesn't need to have the maximum energy. I don't need to have the maximum berry boost. And also, Arcanine is gonna have the same problem with energy. The bigger thing it would be nice if I had more main skill seeds to just do this. Because that'd be a bigger impact. Oh, I'd also have to make sure that these are set to sneaky snacking, because that actually does matter here. There's not a problem with the berry bomb. The berry bomb is just fine. But realistically, my Arcanine is only going to be at this point. And then I'm going to get a full sleep session in. We'll make sure we won't have a good camp ticket for that. We'll probably be collecting like every 2.5 hours. Is usually the default setting that I go to. Just because that's about the spacing on my breaks at work. So these are actually probably more realistic numbers. About 30k a day. It's not amazing, but over 14 days, that's 431k. But also, this is like I said, I'm not too concerned. I still think I'm going to get it. Although, I do realize... Hey, here's also a factor. This is why the numbers are so far off. I didn't account for area bonus. And for favored berry. That makes a massive, massive difference. Because now the Arbok alone is 36,000. Yeah, that's 69,000 a day. Nice. Nice, nice. That's 960,000. If I spend the full 2 weeks building up this berry bomb, then I should get an additional like 900,000 from the boost. Although I do have to make sure that I wouldn't be hitting the 999 cap. Which actually, that would be a concern with this. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Okay. Their inventory is going to fill up after about 11 days. So, yeah, after about 11 days is about what I have. I'm going to calculate for 10, though. And then see how big that big of a difference. That's a strange limitation that I've never run into before. Yeah, roughly the 69k times 10. 690k, of course. I should have just assumed that. That's a pretty easy number to get. But add 690k to 8 mil. That clears the M20. So that's the goal. Run 11 days. I don't think I should be in the clear, plenty in the clear. That if I run it for the 11 days of building up the berry bomb, then I'll be perfectly fine. It'll be quite the insane berry bomb on those 3 Pokemon for sure. Maybe on the last day I'll swap Arcanine off just to get something else on there. But I should be in the clear. And I also can level up Typhlosion a little bit more, too. It's currently level 55. Maybe I can get to, like, maybe 60? Although I wouldn't actually want it to be 60. Because if it makes it to level 60, it's going to fill its inventory faster on more ingredients. And at this point, I'm hitting the point of... I'm hitting the point where its problem is the cap. The max 999 cap. Berry Bomb can be great Ingredient Bomb too if the ingredients match the dish you're going to be making that week, which they only do on the... Paradoxically, they only do on the Typhlosion, but I also don't need that. I'm prepping my ingredient bag, and I should be alright. However, interestingly enough, the ingredient that I'm the most behind on is the ginger. So the fact that I'll also have a decent amount of ginger built up is pretty solid. Because this is going to get me 3 extra ginger per day running. Or 3.4 extra ginger on average. Spread across 10 days. That's an extra 34 ginger. So that's pretty solid. Because I can make the first meal and collect the ginger from the Typhlosion. And then that's as if I started with 34 more ginger. Which is just extra security. So that's 92 instead of 58. Which puts us at a +5 instead of a +0. Which I don't like being at +0. +0 is a cruddy number to be at. Because it means that you're up to the whim of RNG realistically, to actually get what you want. And I don't like that. I don't like RNG. I try to fight RNG. I tassel with RNG, which is why I like getting the exact amount of leeks and coffee necessary. I don't have to run Vikavolt at all. I don't have to run Quackavolt at all if I reach these ingredient bag prep stages. But yeah. I definitely can pull it off, and it should be no problem. I just need to run 11 days of berry bombing, which, if it is on the... the week begins on the 19th, so I have to run the 11th. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I have to start building the berry bomb by January 29th. Is when I have to start that. So, January 29th onward, we're just building up a berry bomb and not collecting at all. Well, we'll collect from the Entei. We'll collect from the Arcanine, but that's it. I'll be trashing all the other ingredients. That's my kind of strategy right there. Build up a berry bomb for 2 weeks, basically. And have 690k strength on night 1. That is wild to think about. 690k strength right away. But yeah. I'm enjoying the ideas here. And the art of the berry bomb. It is something really unique. Something crazy that like only the legends can do. You're going to 200 max the pot prior also. No, not going to do that. Because that would require me to swap. I guess theoretically I could 200 pot size increase before putting on the berry bomb team. That would be really nuts. How much does this go down if I swap Arcanine for Flareon? Because theoretically I could wait a little bit. And if I'm doing I could just build it up 12 days and swap Arcanine for Flareon for a day or something. Build up pot size. That really... Well, but that's pointless. That actually is completely pointless. Not worth it at all, because that would require me to use more of the stockpiled ingredients, which this ingredient spread is very heavily tailored to specifically making all my meals for the week. If I was to use 200 of them in the first meal, I would be literally running myself dry right away. So it's not... I can't do that. I can't do that because I just don't have the ingredients to spare. And I'm not going to. I can't even use ingredient tickets or anything like that, because that would require that I drop some ingredients that I have stored in the bag. If we had more bag space, I could do it, but we don't. So that's not a useful tactic for me with the way that I'm prepping. Use the extra from the bomb. The problem is, I'd have to use the space in my bag. Yeah, I'd have to use the ingredients that are in the bag to make space for the stuff that's in the bomb. To then, it's not going to work out, because I'd have to clear up the space by either selling ingredients or using them, and it just wouldn't work. I can't do it. It's, once again, weird limitations when doing things the game did not intend you to do. 200 ingredient space, like, yeah. All the strength carryover tactics. There are some that work more than others, and some that synergize particularly well with others, and bag prep doesn't synergize the best with pod expansion stack. Also, I find the effects of pod expansion stacking to just be like, I don't know, mediocre. Like, out of all these ingredients, the highest value one I think is the herbs here, if I'm right. Or the herbs or the corn. Like, that's, what, 130? I need to look at a thing for actually referencing to figure out exactly how much that is. Where's that infographic? Right here. Wow, this is loading slow. Okay. 140, the corn, I think, is the highest one. So 140 times 200 is 28,000 strength. Times 1.65. 46,000 times a 1.5 times meal boost. You're talking 69,000 strength. That's not all that much. Even if we assume a crit, that's still 138k, which is nothing compared to the 690k that I'll be getting from the Berry Bomb. Can it push it further? Absolutely. If that's your only form of like strength carryover, then that's like somewhat effective. But expanding the pot, it's got the whole problem of you're using all the ingredients as filler, which filler is limited in how much strength it can really do for you because it's not part of the base meal. The pot expansion, I think that the pot expanders for Monday morning crit strategy, it's too unreliable because it relies on an 80% chance at best for getting the crit. And if you don't get the crit, then you're really not gaining that much extra strength from it. So, it's like, I'm okay not doing it. I'm okay passing up on it. We're just going to make the Zing Zap and call it a day. Make the Zing Zap and then just move on. We will collect from all the Pokemon just to get the ingredients that they made. What are we doing just got here? Honestly, not much right now. It's just a chill night. We're waiting around for maintenance to be done, potentially. I don't really have too much going on, but I have 31 people watching the stream, so thank you to all 31 of you that are tuning in. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I am here, and I don't have much to discuss. So, because I was prepping a Berry Bomb and like theorizing about it, running some calcs on it. I think that it should make my M20 Amber Canyon attempt a lot easier and a lot more reasonable if I just build up a Berry Bomb for, calculated out 11 days. So we're starting it on the 29th is when I'm going to start the Berry Bomb. To build up to hopefully hit the 999 cap inventory limit for those three. I know they're not all matching favored berry, but I guess that does bring about a question. Which one's better, my Alolan Ninetales at level 65, or... Wait, I'm going to bring that back. Or my Altaria. Because I do have an Altaria as well, but I didn't really consider it because, like, for running during the week. Because it's got really garbage frequency and doesn't have health bonus. But for Berry Bomb, those factors don't really matter that much. Health bonus does, though. Well, 19639. Let's just see. If I bring in the Altaria. Because here it is. 19708. That actually could be better if I got it to like level 40. The thing is, like, because it is lacking health bonus, the beast will proc a little bit less. Okay. Anyway. Do you have any shiny Pokemon you use in your main account or Sleep Sleepers? Shiny Pokemon on Sleep Sleepers? Yes. I use Sudowoodo all the time. It's become a staple of the Sleepers, honestly. As for my main account, I think my most used shiny at this point is probably Arcanine, because my Primeape at this point has gotten really outclassed by Sceptile and Meganium. My shiny Gardevoir has also become outclassed by Cresselia and Palmot. So I just don't really... Like, most of my shinies are very mediocre. But my Arcanine, who is shiny, he doesn't show up shiny in Rain on X because Rain on X doesn't really do that in team analysis. He is probably my best shiny to this day. If I had to guess. I can't think of any other shinies that I really run on my main account. Okay, someone who isn't familiar how Berry Bomb works, could you really give quick spark notes on what it is? Okay, so, Berry Bombs. The core of Berry Bombing is that there are two main skills that can contribute to a Berry Bomb. The cheap version of it would be Extra Helpful S, and this is Pokemon like Jolteon, Gallade, and Arcanine. I think those are the only three that have the skill. Well, that are skill specialists that have the skill. And you can run them, and they'll proc randomly on different teammates to produce extra helps. Well, when that happens, the game actually, if they're at maximum inventory, it still gives them those extra helps. But because they don't want it to be wasted, the game actually puts it into an additional inventory beyond the Pokemon's inventory limit. So you can actually build up more helps beyond what the Pokemon's inventory capacity is. So if you just let it sit there and never collect from that Pokemon, while still collecting from the extra helpful Pokemon or from the Legendary Beast, because the Legendary Beast can do the same thing, then slowly over time you get a collection of just weeks and weeks worth of productivity, all just built up on the Pokemon's additional inventory beyond their inventory. And while the base inventory is only like 42, 25, 19, as you can see here on some of these Pokemon, the additional inventory beyond goes up to 999. So you can get a lot of additional helps that you wouldn't otherwise be able to get. And that way, when it's Monday morning for a very powerful event where you want to use that, you just immediately click on the Pokemon, you collect that massive quantity of berries. In this case, it's probably going to be somewhere around like 2,000, maybe a little bit more. And then Snorlax just munches for who knows how long to get a lot of strength right away on night 1 for a pivotal event. And that's really what berry bombing is. Like I said, you can pull it off with Gallade, you can pull it off with Arcanine, you can pull it off with Jolteon, but it's not super effective with them. You really do want one of the legendary beasts for it in the end. Okay, going back to legend speculation, Zygarde going from 1% to 100% over the course of the day would be hilarious. Every time it procs, it strengthens and goes wild. Make it like it collects Zygarde cells as it procs the skill more. You see just like Zygarde cells, like the animation could be like more Zygarde cells building up on it. That could actually be kind of neat. The skill just being like... The skill could be the, like, it starts off as Zygarde 10%. It procs the main skill, it turns into 50%. Procs the main skill again, turns into a complete. Then once it's complete, then it can use a main skill that's like special, it's Core Enforcer. And like it stays that way until you either move islands or swap the Pokemon off or something. That could be kind of fun. It would also really reward staying dedicated to keeping Zygarde on the team. That's a neat idea. And you'd really want skill triggers on it to get to Zygarde complete as fast as possible. And I'd assume Core Enforcer would probably be a very powerful main skill once you got there. Ideas. And then if they ever introduce Mega Evolution, it can convert to Nile Light. If you Mega Evolve it. And then, I don't know, make it that it just destroys Cyan. It's just a nuke at Cyan or something. I don't know. Been min-maxing this game for about 10 months since I met your content. Thank you for all the useful tips. Before that, even M20 on Greengrass was a drunken dream. Oh, man. M20 on Greengrass for me at this point is kind of crazy to think about because I remember how crazy hard I pushed for it during the Entei week. I got it during Entei week was the first time that I ever did. But now it's like M20 Greengrass, like I literally can just throw together a team that is just berry specialists and not even think about it. The min-maxing does help. I don't even think I need to have any overlapping typings berry specialists at this point. At Greengrass. And then I can just run, I don't know, like Pawmot. Maybe Cresselia. And let's see, if I'm at Greengrass with no favorite berry. Master 20, although that is with a Cooking Boost, but Cooking Boost shouldn't really help. Shouldn't really help berry specialists that much. Oh, wait. Base. Yeah, Master 20. No thoughts. Holy cow, thanks for the info. I'm guessing that's referring to berry bombing. Berry bombing's a very interesting tactic. It's fun to discuss, and honestly, it's kind of overrated. But it does have its place. And building up for an event like that is kind of the place for it. Pew pew pew, wouldn't that be sick? I was imagining you click on it, and it like jumps up into the sky or something, and you see just like a big Z carve over top of Snorlax. That could be ridiculous. That'd be really ridiculous. It'd be extra interesting if they gave each one different stats as well. Like, let's say they gave Zygarde 10%, like a lower skill trigger rate, so it takes a while before it comes to 50, but like a higher frequency, so you get more berries. But then, like, when it becomes 50%, it could be like higher ingredient rate, and like a slightly higher skill trigger rate, so that it like procs about the same amount as 10%, but like a lower frequency. I don't know. So it basically just produces less berries in the end. And then like Zygarde Complete is something else. I too have Zygarde fight trauma. I know about the ZA Zygarde fight. That was nuts. The Zygarde fight. I wish I could go do it again because it was really really fun. But like while you're able to redo a lot of the Rogue Mega Evolution raids, there isn't a way to redo the Zygarde fight, which I thought was very bizarre. Because it was a very fun and notable fight, and I wish I could do it again. Heck yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It was a fun fight, but yeah. If you were asked by the Pokemon Company for the fourth Pokemon specialty for this game, what would it be? Well, technically there already is a fourth specialty. It's the All Specialist. But I don't even know how, like, maybe passive? But that would require a fundamental rework of how the game works. But I would love to see Pokemon with some passive abilities. But the game just isn't very well designed to handle passive abilities, and there's no precedent for it already existing. But also, like, the stats system and the way they balance Pokemon. Like, if they added a passive main skill, what would skill levels be? What would skill trigger sub-skills do if it's just a passive? Would it just modify the passive boost? But, like, I would love to see interesting, unique passive abilities, since that's a very common thing in the base game. In the base games with abilities, but you don't see that translated over here. In Pokemon Sleep, everything's an active ability you need to collect. But yeah. Do you believe trading or form of trading will come eventually? Maybe eventually. If they do trading, it's going to be just... I think it'll be like the one that they actually found in a patent a while back. They talked about some sort of system where you could put up a Pokemon for trade, and then you would get another Pokemon in, but it would just kind of be like a random trade with a random person. And it's probably... And then it would re-randomize sub-skills in nature as well. It basically would be a way to give up a garbage catch that you caught to get a re-roll on something and say, look, I got it from somebody. Okay, like held items. Held items could be kind of neat. That definitely would be a huge power change to things. I don't know how you translate some of the held items over. I guess you could make it so that, like, Life Orb would do, like, every time that a Pokemon's main skill procs, it decreases their energy by a little bit. But, like, it increases their main skill trigger rate by a percentage while it's being held. That could be fun. Choice items, I don't know how... That really would not translate well. Choice Scarf would be nuts in this game. I will tell you that. Don't know how they would give it a drawback, but Life Orb's a pretty easy one to translate over. I guess you could do things like Twisted Spoon, just boost berries by, like, psychic berries by a percent, but also then, like, certain Pokemon would always pick one over another. Like, I don't know. Quick Claw! Every time that you collect the Pokemon's berries, it has, like, a 10% chance to just immediately find another help. If you were me, would you invest Help Bonus, Help Speed M, Adamant Raikou? It's pretty solid. Or a shiny first catch subskill Entei. Optimal versus shiny flex, not taking into account any synergies from my box. Ooh. That's a difficult one. Weigh how much of a min-maxer you are, because the Raikou's really, really good. Well, but also there's no skill triggers on the Raikou, but help bonus. Do you intend to do berry bombing? Or do you intend to use for general use? If general use, I'd go with the Raikou. If looking to berry bomb, I'd probably I'd probably settle on the Entei. The Raiku's still going to be better for berry bombing, but it's not as bad. Like, if you're looking at... Yeah. Sub-skills are our passive abilities. Maybe having a fixed level 10 unique sub-skill be a passive skill system. That could be interesting. Like, the species of Pokemon has a fixed sub-skill, or maybe just like that Pokemon in general has a passive that's just active while it's on the team and no stats. That could be cool. And then, like, that could be its specialty, is that it has that additional passive effect on the side for just being that Pokemon. But the actual stats itself, like, it doesn't really have another specialty. Like, I don't even know how that would work. Maybe, like, Stonejourner in the base games, I know has an ability that, like, it's Power Spot, right? Or, like, boosts the strength of moves of your partner. Maybe the way that could translate over is, like, while it's on the team, all berry strength is increased by a percentage of any berries found. But, like, Stonejourner itself, just, you don't really care much about the stats, because its specialty is just having that passive effect. That could be another specialty if they were to add another specialty to the game. That could be the only thing I could think of, though, that would work with the system that we've been given. Using Suicune with my top tier Golduck next week. I'm hoping that the Golduck has Berry Finding S, because that'd make it extra top tier when paired with Suicune. Yes, for Berry Bomb. In that case, I'd probably take the Shiny Flex. If it's for Berry Bomb, then the Shiny Flex is probably the way to go, in my opinion. But also, it probably would be more optimal to invest the Raikou. But also, Shiny Flex. Consider how much you like the Shiny. Considering how much joy that's going to bring you to wake up and see shiny sparkles every morning on Entei, versus the joy of getting bigger number for Berry Bomb. What do you think is going to bring more satisfaction to your life? Is it going to be the shiny Entei, or is it going to be the bigger Berry Bombs? Because ultimately, like I said, Raikou's probably going to be more optimal. But Entei is shiny. I'm always an advocate for investing in a suboptimal shiny. Have you ever seen you guys ever seen my Gardevoir? This was my healer for the longest time. The one healer that I used for ages. I kid you not, until Cresselia versus Darkrai when I finally actually got another healer. This was my healer. In Inventory Up L, Ingredient Finder M, Skill Trigger M, Jolly Nature. Skill Trigger M is all it has going for it until level 75, where it gets Help Speed M. And then it becomes what I consider the bare minimum investable. So, it's okay to invest something that's suboptimal just because it's shiny. And that definitely was the case with this Gardevoir. Okay, what's your favorite shiny you don't currently have? Rank the shiny legendary beasts in order of preference. Shiny Raikou, followed by Entei, followed by Suicune. I think for the three beasts. My favorite shiny that I don't currently have that's in the game... I don't know, I'd actually have to look at all the shinies. Or look at all the Pokemon. I do have quite a few shinies, but... Oh, will the game load? Will this thing load? I need to close out some tabs. Got too many tabs open. Okay. Let's see. My favorite shiny that I don't currently have. Probably Sceptile. Although I do have a shiny Trico, but I haven't evolved it yet. I do also like shiny Flygon quite a bit. Okay, shiny Vikavolt, but once again I have a shiny Grub and I just haven't evolved it. So, a lot of these are just a matter of I haven't taken the time to evolve it yet. Ooh, shiny Cramorant is something else. Although, no, shiny Sableye's probably it. Or, wait, there are a few. There are a lot. Shiny Zard. That's also great. There's so many good shinies in this game. I also do really like the shiny Pawmot. The pink. There's something awesome about that. I'm gonna be completely honest. And I haven't caught a shiny Pawmi ever, so... Yeah. Those are probably some of the top contenders. I love the fact that both my accounts have a shiny Plusle, because that's such a cool shiny, you know? Beautiful shiny, guys. 10 out of 10. The best shiny they've ever released is shiny Plusle. I mean, look at this. Genius work. Going from this to this. You know, it's such a subtle change, but, you know, it's just... You know, sometimes subtlety is the best. I'm kidding if you can't tell. I'm being very sarcastic. You actually really like shiny Plusle? I mean, okay, when I look at them side by side, I do like the shiny more. I will say that. The thing is, I feel like this should just be what it normally is, because when I see shiny Plusle on its own, I don't think it's shiny. That's the big problem with it. It doesn't look shiny to me, because it's too similar to its base form. But if I saw them side by side, I would agree the shiny does look better. But it's not like I need it. It's not like... but I do have it on both accounts. Owned Pokemon. I didn't know that they added this. Owned Pokemon to it. Infographic. They have an infographic on Raynon X now? What's the difference between this and this? They just... This is kind of neat. I didn't know they did this. Oh, it just moves all that stuff down there. Okay. This is kind of neat. The infographic they added. I would like the shiny more if it regularly was like more pink or orange, so I don't have to squint to tell it's shiny. Similar to shiny Glaceon and Leafeon. Yeah, true. What do you think about altering Charge Energy S? I don't think Charge Energy S needs alteration, because it is a good main skill, just only on ingredient specialists. I've talked about that before, and I was actually talking about that earlier today, I think. Maybe it was last night. Charge Energy S is a good main skill on ingredient specialists. It's a bad main skill on berry and skill specialists. So I don't think it needs modification, but if they ever make another skill specialist with Charge Energy S, they need to do something to make it better than Moonlight if they want that mon to be viable. And if they put it on berry specialists, then that's just sad. I thought the screen was lagging on Plusle. Oh no, Plusle! It's a very, very mediocre shiny. It just looks very close. If the Pokemon's energy goes over 150%, it spreads to the rest of the team, maybe at a lower percentage. I mean, that could be kind of nice, but you want to make sure you don't overtune that too much, because you don't want Umbreon to... Oh, maybe that's exactly what Umbreon needs if it transfers over at a lower percentage. I could see ways that it could be buffed, but I don't think it needs a buff, because like I said, it is a good main skill, just only on certain Pokemon. It's only bad on the berry specialists and skill specialists, which as of right now, there aren't any skill specialists that actually have just Charge Energy S. Even Umbreon has Moonlight Charge Energy S, which is like Charge Energy S Plus. Umbreon got criminal treatment in this game, needs to be buffed like crazy to be viable. Really what they need to do is they just need to like cut its frequency to like 3/4 and it'd be great. It would have some niches then. There are worse shinies, but not many. Yeah, I will agree. There are worse shinies than Plusle. I'm giving it a bit more of a harsher treatment than I need to, but... Could make another way to heal your Pokemon energy viable. Yeah, I mean, the big problem with trying to make any other energy recovery viable is that nothing's ever going to power creep energy for everyone. And the big problem is if you make a more reliable energy recovery, then that's just going to be what's meta. Or maybe they'll just do both, like either one. And energy for everyone is reliable enough that it's just like, oh, it just keeps your team maxed. If in order for anything to compete with that, it needs to just keep your team maxed. In which case, it doesn't really matter because everything just keeps your team maxed. Shuckle does actually present a real option of, like, it does better at spot healing and does better on the bad days. It kind of neutralizes out with the whole berry juice mechanic to stockpile for future things. Shuckle, there's something interesting there. I will say that. But if you're just buff energizing cheers that it procs enough that everyone stays reliably topped off, then it doesn't really matter because everyone's just going to stay reliably topped off. The only way to make there be drawbacks and benefits to running other healing options would be as if they were to introduce an energy for everyone nerf, which I actually think an energy for everyone nerf long term would be beneficial for the game, but nobody would like it, and in the short term it would suck because everyone would be like, I invested my healer and now it's not as good. And they can't reasonably do that because people would get way too upset. Especially when you consider how expensive investments are in this game. Taking main skill seeds, which potentially have a real-life dollar value equivalent to it if you spent diamonds on the game and then spent your diamonds on a main skill seed. To get that nerfed may actually have like a real-life dollar value equivalent. So it's not like they can just do it. But I think long-term an energy for everyone nerf would actually be beneficial for the experience playing the game. But they reasonably can never. They just can't. Cheermons need to produce 63 per proc to be even with most E for E options. Thing is that probably there's still the reliability aspect of it. Even if they produce the same amount numerically, doesn't matter. Because there's more layers of RNG, it's going to be less reliable. It also requires that you're collecting the app enough to collect all the triggers, which is more of a requirement than it is for Energy for Everyone, since Energy for Everyone is stronger procs, but less often. Like, it's just, the reliability aspect of it is just, there's no way Energizing Cheer can ever compete with the way that Energy for Everyone is currently set up. If they wanted it to be balanced, here's how they'd have to balance it. It'd have to be that Energy for Everyone doesn't proc enough to reliably keep your team topped off with one healer. But Energizing Cheer is strong enough that, in theory, on the good days, or on the average day, it does keep the team topped off, but obviously with bad RNG, it's going to be a lot weaker. And drawbacks. That's the way I think they could balance it out. But like I said, they can't balance it out because they can't nerf Energy for Everyone. Despite the fact that I think it would be a good thing. I had an idea about Moonlight. Make it always heal other Dark and Ghost types. When it heals Umbreon. That could be kind of neat. That would give it a real big niche on Darkrai teams. In fact, that would make it actually really good on Darkrai teams. That would be awesome, actually. I think that's a cool idea. I wish the devs got wind of that, because that would make it like actually usable on a very niche scenario if you're running Darkrai. Because then it would actually be a viable Dark-type healer. Yeah, that's actually a really good idea. Especially nerfing the Gardevoir line, which seems like a wild decision to make. Yeah, like I said, I think that genuinely, and I'll talk about this plenty of times, I don't think it necessarily should happen. But if it happened, I would not complain. Most of the community would be in an outcry. Some people may even quit the game, honestly, if they were to do that. But I think it would be long-term beneficial. Even if in the short term it would suck. Dark types don't suffer from Darkrai's skill. They don't. That is true. But they still do need energy. If you have an all Dark type team right now, the only healer option is Umbreon. And Umbreon sucks so bad at healing the rest of the team that you would need like 2 or 3 of them to keep it reliably topped off. In order to keep the team actually healed. So what is interesting is right now it's actually better to run If you want a dedicated Darkrai team, it's actually better to run 4 Dark types and then an off-type healer, because Umbreon is that bad at healing that having an Umbreon there, even though it itself is not going to be impacted by Darkrai's main skill, is worse healing for the rest of the team than having an energy for everyone healer there. So, with this theoretical thing, you could run a full Dark-type team, and then if Dark types like copy the effects of Umbreon's energizing effect, that it actually could theoretically work with an all Dark type team, and you wouldn't need to run an off type healer to optimize the Darkrai team, because right now that's literally like the strength, like the way to do it. That is like the best option, truly. I think I got something in my eye because it's kind of stinging. As someone with 2 BFS Umbreons, it's not even good at keeping a Dark team topped off. Yep, like I said, you'll probably need like 3 of them to keep them topped off. And you have to be collecting every trigger. So that's why I'm like, if you were to introduce that so that like it made it so that Dark type, even if they got half the energy that Umbreon got every time, then I think that would genuinely make Umbreon viable, but not overpowered. Like I said, that's a really good idea, calibrating entropy. I like it. I'm in full support of that sort of buff to Umbreon, because then that's always the argument everyone gives when you say Umbreon is bottom tier trash. If you say it's like F tier, the defense that everyone always gives is, oh, but it has a niche as the Dark type healer for Darkrai teams. But then that's easily countered by, here's the numbers, an off-type healer works better. And when you actually show it off, then it's like, oh, yeah, no, it is bad. If they made it so that it actually did that on Dark-type teams, that's a really cool idea. I'd love to see more achievements as well. Absolutely. I'm at a point that I'm hitting the I'm hitting all of what I consider to be the reasonable badges and like maxing them out. There are certain badges that are just absurd, like the Team RP one. I mean, I guess it's not that absurd when you consider higher levels being a thing, but as of right now, the Team RP one just feels near impossible to reach. But yeah. But there are other ones that are like, use X number of incenses. I'm nowhere near on that one, but like, all the ones that are like, that actually feel achievable, I've already hit the max level on, for the most part. And that would make it work a bit even on a team without Darkrai, or with a different Dark-type legendary someday. Yeah, and also in theory, then it would work on, yeah, because you could run a couple Dark-type Pokemon, especially at Snowdrop, and then because that Dark-type Pokemon's getting the effects of Umbreon's, like, Dark-type bonus, then it would also be more likely that the Moonlight bonus crit effect would hit one of the non-Dark-type Pokemon because of the boost to hitting the lowest energy Pokemon. So, you like maybe Umbreon and like a couple Dark types would be a viable option, because then the additional crits would actually hit the Pokemon that aren't Dark types. Like I said, there's a lot of implications there, and that's actually like a really interesting way of balancing it out and giving it a real niche. Like I said, I'm in full support. I'm in full support of it. I love the idea. Man, I am surprised. Well, I'm not surprised by how long maintenance is taking. I wonder how much longer it's going to take. Do you think it'll take the full till 3 a.m.? If so, do I actually run till 3 a.m.? How crazy do I feel tonight? I might be awake till 2. If it gets past 2, I don't know, man. It's crazy. So, let's see. What's everybody out there up to today? Now we just need to find a way to beam the idea to the devs. Absolutely. I'm sure there are other things like... Actually, if they just changed every energizing cheer Pokemon to do that with their types, that'd be a unique thing to do. Although that wouldn't really help Wobbuffet that much. Because Wobbuffet's still competing with other Psychic-type healers. Yeah, some of the badges are wild. Nah, probably another few hours. Yeah, man, stream must be delayed. Not 3 a.m. I mean, there was one time that it did actually last all the way through. Although, 3 a.m. Central Time, remember, time zones. I don't know where you are at, Casual R6776, but I'm in Central Standard Time, which, if you're in Mountain Time, then that would be at 4 a.m., I believe. If you're in Eastern Time, it'd be 2 a.m. If you're in whatever the other coast is, Pacific Time? WoW rating. Legion remix before that goes away. Ah, that's what you're doing. Nice, nice. Did anyone see this friend list ID thing added? It's like I don't know how it all works. I put mine in because I was interested to see how it worked. Although I didn't make mine public. Wait, what was that? Error occurred in server introduction to avoid leaking sensitive details. Oh, I wonder if it's detecting that I'm streaming, so it's not letting me show that. But yeah, I didn't make mine public because I don't want people spamming my account because I'm kind of like a mini celebrity I've learned in the community lately. People recognize my name. It's kind of crazy. Would any of you recognize me if you saw me walking down the street? Would any of you be like, is that Velociraptor? Probably, but I just don't expect to run into any of my 1.3 thousand subscribers in central Wisconsin. I know there are a few of you that are also in Wisconsin, but especially in this area. I know one of you that I've encountered a few times. It's Adrian Styles, but the rest of y'all. Chilling Rock Out with Swampert, the main skill seeded, nice. Running it alongside the generic problem alongside generic power of Crespion. Best thing. But Crespion, amazing combo. Oh mayo. I don't let's see. I wonder what the odds are of even one person in this area watching my content. Genuinely. Outside of, I also have a family member that sometimes tunes in. But central Wisconsin, there's not too many people that live here. So, yeah. I doubt I'm ever going to get recognized. That's alright, though. I don't really need to get recognized. I'm fine with it. I'm fine with just being the Pokemon Sleep Man on the internet. The for New Island, Munchlax mode, and you can only use non-evolutions. Oh, so you know you use Prevos? If you ever go to southern Wisconsin, you might run into me. I'm also in an apartment hermit, so less likely. Oh, boy. I actually go down to southern Wisconsin quite a bit, because I have some family members down there. In the not quite Madison area. If you know where Fox Lake is. I mean, I shouldn't give out my family members' city, but whatever. Too late now. I just live streamed it. Hello, everyone. Hey, Eat Unicorns. Glad to have you in chat. It's a pretty chill night. We're just kind of chatting, but I hope your family recognizes you. They do, but they don't recognize me as Velociraptor. They recognize me as their family member, Joe. But yeah, hello everybody. Glad to have you here. It's another night. Hey Nova, glad to have you. It's been don't know the last time that you were in stream, but it is nice to have you here. Just chatting it up. It's just a chill night. If you have any questions that you want answered about Pokemon Sleep, or even about just, I don't know, life, feel free to ask. I'm a very open book, and I know a lot about Pokemon Sleep, I think, compared to your average person. Might be in the top 10% of the world's population. Might be. In terms of information about Pokemon Sleep. Hey, the Bizzler. Glad to have you here. Ah, nearest Madison. Yeah. Nice, nice. So, yeah, you know roughly where that is. A lot of people are nearish Madison. It's kind of one of the two most populated areas in Wisconsin after Milwaukee. But howdy. Wave to everybody. I've kind of ran my calculations on berry bombing and everything. I kind of determined that I'm probably going to start the berry bomb out 11 days on the 29th of January. If they decide to just throw me a curveball and make Valentine's something completely different, I'm going to be so disappointed. Not to say disappointed, but like, imagine they just decide to just throw their previous framework for Valentine's out the window. Because they could do that. There's nothing that says in writing they must make Valentine's a 1.5x meal boost. They could completely rework it and just ruin me. And if they did, my goodness, I don't care. I would still stick with the plan and just hope that it works anyway with whatever boost they do. And they have completely reworked an event in the past. That's what they did with New Year's. The first New Year's event was lame. Garbage, trash. But they completely reworked it, so they could do that with Valentine's as well. Hey there. Everybody's waving. Wave, wave. So, no new news, I don't think, yet about any sort of data mines because, you know, it hasn't been updated fully yet. But could you try to make Murkrow work? I have a good one and want to use it. Murkrow, I actually have a really good Murkrow, so I guess I could run calcs on that one. My Murkrow's kind of funny because it's also mono. But I'd have to sub-skill seed it quite a bit. Oh, darn it. What'd I do? It was inventory S. Then this is what it was. True that, and yet not too popular to feel like a big city area. I used to live near Buffalo, and that's a lot bigger. That is a lot bigger, I will say that. We're hoping for some buffs. Well, they're probably not going to buff any Pokemon tonight, but we would love to see some buffs to certain Pokemon. I will say that. Any Pokemon. Umbreon. We were talking about Umbreon buffs earlier. And I do think that Calibrating Entropy had a great idea for actually making Umbreon viable without making it broken. Specifically on Darkrai teams. And it mostly was the idea that, like, if every time it procced, it gave, like, 50% of whatever, or maybe even the entirety of what it recovers on itself to all Dark-type Pokemon on the team. That would be... I love that idea for many, many reasons, but it's probably the biggest thing that I've, like, the best idea for buffing Umbreon I've heard. Haven't they not done a 1.5 times in a while? Feels like it's been a 1.25. It has been 1.25 times for every, like... Actually, I think Pack Fortunes was 1.5 times, wasn't it? But either way, the New Year's event was 1.25 times, but every Valentine's Day has been 1.5 times. As well as every Spring Festival and Summer Festival. Those three events are kind of tied hand in hand. But yeah, so this is my Honchkrow. Look at my crow, my crowism. I don't know what I'm saying. That's how you know I'm getting tired. Okay, it's Hidden Power perk up. That's what we're looking for. Because that really is like the big thing that Honchkrow can do great. Is Hidden Power perk up Stew. It covers a significant portion of what perk up is calling for. But even then, it's still very mediocre at it. Because it's splitting some of it to shards and some of it to sausages. Is there a point that a Charge Energy S healerless team is self-sufficient better than a team with a healer? I've run calculations on that in the past, and not really. Because even though you are getting the 5th team slot back from your healer, what you're sacrificing is the main skills of every single Pokemon on your team. So, yes, you're gaining back a 5th team slot, but at the expense of every single Pokemon's skill. And skills can provide a lot of value, especially if you want to try running a skill specialist, which a lot of skill specialists are support. So it just kind of barricades you down a bit too much. Now let's run a healer, because obviously a healer would be good. Is there a time when a Giga BFS help bonus too late on a Berrymon? You just caught one that has it as level 75. When should you invest? Well, if it's at level 75, my thoughts are continue the hunt. Because, well, okay, if it's Berry Fighting S and like got some speed before level 75, then you can probably settle down and invest and wait for the help bonus till later. Because ultimately you don't necessarily, like, the Berry Fighting S is the more important of the 2 sub-skills in the combo. So if it's the Berry Fighting S that's locked behind 75, just like the one that I caught today, I'd say hold off, because we don't know when level 75 is going to come out. That may be genuinely over a year from now. You can probably catch something better before then. Although, if it turns up that one day, when it's that point, you can, like, and level 75 is out and you have the candies to get it there, then go for it at that point. But that's going to be so far down the road, just keep up the hunt for now. Because it might not even be possible for another year or more. Way less snow here than I'm used to. Follow up. What non-berry mons are good with the Giga combo? The mons that are high up on the Raptor BFS list. Yeah, generally speaking, if they're up there high on this list, they're probably good with Berry Finding S help bonus. But realistically, because honestly, like, the line is probably right here. I can't really say that for sure because there's nothing, I don't really have an example to go off between there and there. But I would say, like, these guys down here, all of them will prefer their specialty for the most part. But can be very good with that combo, like Gengar and Dragonite. Well, those two can do really well with it. These guys, I guess, can do really well with it as well. Like, they all do really well with it, but they want to kind of lean into their specialty more first and foremost. But sometimes it can work. I just ran calcs on Togedemaru because it's kind of interestingly good with Berry Fighting S. Still not good. It's still weaker than other options, but, like, it's actually pretty high in the Raptor Berry Fighting S index, so hello again. Thanks for the reply. Love the channel. Great work. Thanks, Lou Fox. Anytime, anytime. Anyway, Haunch Crow. Tomatoes. Have a Sprigatito with Berry Finding S hell bonus. Check you that one. BFS is Berry Finding S. It's one of the 2 most powerful sub-skills in the game. It's a gold one. It's the one of only 2 consistently good gold sub-skills. I will say that as well. Okay. Is running 4 Sceptiles a legit strat? If you have 4 Sceptiles that are all invested, then yes. Here's why. Sceptile, level 60, BFS. Just any healer. Oh, I forgot to put in main skill level, max. The Mon is stupid. Booyah, 2.4 million strength. Not even the best sub-skills. Simple. I do have other Pokemon, or I do have other Pokemon that actually can do better than this. But this is also with like no health bonus stacks minus the healer, so perform. Yeah, there's other questions there. It's not the best strategy, and there probably are better things to do. But consider what's in your box. If you have 4 really solid Giga Septiles, then go for it. Like, if you have the resources to handle that and don't have better options, and don't want to like double up on things. No, I meant the sheet. Is it for BFS? Oh, what the spreadsheet's for? Okay, this thing. This is an index that I made that is based off of this spreadsheet. That basically takes all the Pokemon that are non-berry specialists and scores how much berry finding S, or how much value they extract from berry finding S. So how many berries they're producing is basically the index. It does favor skill specialists a little bit more because it assumes that an ingredient specialist wants to have at least one ingredient subskill. But other than that, you can see Sceptile is insane with berry finding S. And that's why the rest of them are all kind of down here. It is based off of their stats. As you can see, it accounts for their ingredient rate, their typing, so their berry value, and then their frequency are like the 3 main things that are accounted for. But it is an index that I created. It is kind of one of the things that I've contributed to the community. One of the many things, but yeah. Also, I'm still trying to make Honchkrow work here. Very close, though. I just need a... Do I have a health bonus soybean maker? I know my my potato golem has health bonus. I know that. So does my regular golem, or my soybean golem, if I was to actually invest into it. So we'll say I do. Because, you know, why not? Booyah, making perk up stew. 2 million strength. That's also with no area bonus, though. Here you go, 3 million strength. With Honchkrow kind of doing some of that. Master 20 green grass. This team kind of works. You could be more creative, though. Maybe stockpile mushrooms or something so you don't have to run that. Like, there are things you can do with this. But it's producing all the coffee for the meal, so that's good to see. So, to the person that asked me to make Honchkrow work, here's an idea. Build around perk up is basically my advice. Because that's the biggest thing that it can do. While also pulling in 8,000 Dream Shards a day, which is not bad. Well, it is bad compared to actual Dream Shard farming out options, but you know what I mean. How do your helper Pokemon feel about your tier list? I don't know. They don't have feelings. They're coding. But I guess my helper Pokemon, I mean, the ones that I'm currently running are Alolan Ninetales. No, wait. I'm running Arbok. Just way down in C tier. Swalot, Palmot, and I think No, I'm running Quaquaval. Where did I put him? I don't even remember where I put him. B tier? So I guess some of them are feeling great about it. Okay. Roughly with BFS, health bonus, speed down. Should I still invest and use it? I would use it. It's still going to be pretty great. I mean, you're talking about the Giga combo. You can't get much better than that. Granted, Rufflet is... It's a bit more... Like, Braviary is a bit lower. I was making the comparison the other day. Because of how much Sceptile extracts from Berry Finding S, the comparisons that I've made before in the past is Berry Finding S on Sceptile is basically equivalent to Triple Trigger. You think about how powerful Triple Trigger is, it makes sense why everyone's like, just hunt for Berry Finding S for the most part when it comes to Sceptile. It's honestly one that, like, hunting for Berry Finding S is, generally speaking, worth it. If you get a really good one earlier on, or you have one with Triple Trigger naturally and some speed, then it can be better to just invest the trigger-focused one. But it's very rare that an account is going to stumble into an equivalent trigger-focused one to a Berry Finding S equivalent option before they get the Berry Finding S option. That being said, the same sort of concepts can apply to Braviary and Mimikyu as what can apply to Sceptile, but they have a higher base trigger rate while also having a lower frequency comparative to their berry values. So given that, they don't gain as much out of Berry Finding S as what you can see here, and they gain more out of skill triggers because they're relying less on pity procs. So from the rough numbers that I've looked at in the past, it's more like Berry Finding S equals double trigger, which would you invest in double trigger help bonus? Probably. Honestly, I would probably invest in double trigger help bonus with speed down. That still seems really good to me. So in simple terms, I'd still invest. It's not like it's skill trigger down, which whether or not that's worse is still debatable with it having Berry Finding S. That still seems like a good option, in my opinion. But yeah. Have a Sprigatine with Berry Finding S help bonus. What do you think about that one? What are its ingredients? Do you need its ingredients? Can you make good use out of its ingredients? Because ultimately it still is an ingredient specialist. Yes, it ranks highly on this chart, but it's going to be outperformed by a true Dark-type berry specialist. Even though it's pretty high on this chart, it's still going to be outperformed by that. So, if you want Dark-type berries, it's not worth investing Meowscarada for that expressed purpose. You still need to be gaining value out of its ingredients on the side of it. You can kind of get away with it more with Mimikyu and Braviary because their skill is to produce berries. So producing more berries through regular berry production is acceptable. So you can kind of ignore it on them and on Sceptile as well. Meanwhile, ingredient specialists, for the most part, Gengar can kind of be an exception. But maybe I'm just saying that because I've invested one that's very... Well, actually, no. Mine's also very good for ingredients. So, yeah. Generally speaking, if they're not... This is just saying Berry Finding S is nice on these things and more beneficial to what they're doing. The only ones that I'd say you'd really want to hunt for Berry Finding S on are like the extra helpful Pokemon. Because they really, really want it. Okay. Is Raikou above the other beasts due to speed? Pretty much yes. The things that help Pokemon on here more because, like I said, this is a mathematical formula that I got from a Pokemon stats. It's lower frequency does better, stronger base value berry does better, and lower ingredient rate does better. So I think also Entei, I think, has a higher ingredient rate, so that might be another factor. But really the big thing that makes the other two rank lower on the Berry Finding S index is because they have a lower higher frequency, so lower speed. Do you think that mono ingredient farmers could eventually take a hit as dishes grow to require more than 4 ingredients? If they ever do, then absolutely. I think they would take a hit. Because then it would go from rotation being a recommendation for optimization to rotation being a requirement for making those top meals. Which I think that if they are to do that, then I think all of the people that play into the mono ingredient meta because it's what they're told to do, but people that don't really understand the they don't understand the mono ingredient meta, and the whole idea behind the mono ingredient meta is that you rotate the team. Everyone that's like that will suddenly realize the weakness of the mono ingredient meta, that the optimal way to use it is through rotation. If they ever add a meal that takes 5 different ingredients, that is meta. Then people will suddenly realize that, and I think that's when people will start to recognize the value in mixed lists. Because really, mono is truly the most optimal way to play. I will never argue that fact. But the problem with it is that it assumes perfect play style of always collecting, of always rotating when you need the right ingredients. And most people, I think most people don't play that way. I don't play that way, and I'm obsessive about this game. Some people do. Some people, that's their thing. But a lot of people play into it because they're told by the optimizers that that's the optimal way to play, but then don't take into account that that's not their play style. And I think mixed lists have a place in the meta, and I think more people will realize that mixed lists can do well if they suddenly now can't actually make the top tier meals because they don't rotate their teams. We'll only see as time goes on if they even add any meals like that. I don't know if they ever will. But yeah, I think that could make a difference. Is there a value of ingredient finding M index for non-ingredient mons? I haven't made one, but generally speaking, like berry finding S is weird because paradoxically, non-berry specialists percentage-wise benefit the most from berry finding S. That's not the case for ingredient finding and skill trigger sub-skills. So the concept doesn't really translate well. If I was to make an index for it, it would be a lot more boring because it'd be ingredient specialists all up here and then like everything else would be just tiers and tiers lower. Don't even consider ingredient finding builds on non-ingredient specialists. It's not a bad sub-skill like some have preached in the past for berry specialists, but it's not really worth building around either. Okay, does your Arbok only find ingredients now that you offended him? He sneaky snacks all the time. I evade that. Maybe he is. I don't know, but I'm forcing him to find berries. Here you talk about Gigamons all the time, but after more than a year, I haven't caught one for level 100. I feel like it's pretty available listening to you. Am I unlucky? Also, I don't know how... Okay, you said you've been playing for a year. There's a question of... There's a couple different factors that could be at play here. One is how many catches you have of each one, because if you get to that friendship level 40, that does make the odds significantly higher. I also will say I am significantly luckier than most. I know that the odds of catching the Giga Pokemon in the first 3 subskills is roughly... It's above 1 in... It's lower than 1 in 70 with having a gold skill locked. So until you pass that friendship level 40, it is a really rare thing. You might be a little bit unlucky because you've probably caught more than 70 Pokemon beyond friendship level 10. But yeah, it's not a very common thing. And honestly, I've been absurdly lucky. Ninetales, Sceptile, Raichu, I've been lucky. So don't compare yourself to me. Remember, it's like 1 in 70 something. So, and when you think about it from that framework, you probably should... I don't know how many you've caught, but... And that's 1 in 70 beyond friendship level 10. Below that point, it's even worse, I think. I'd have to rerun the calculations. There actually is a tool for this. Pokemon Stats Search. If you have 1 subskill unlocked, it really doesn't matter what Pokemon. I don't know why that's an option. Oh, no, wait, this is the wrong tool. It's, oh gosh, I forget which tool this one is. Skill set probability. Yeah, if you say help bonus is required, well, help bonus required, berry finding S required. That's the only thing you care about. You don't care about nature. Let's even assume that you're fine with all natures. Just one... Oh, darn it. This is a tool that I don't use often. But you're looking at the first 3 subskills. The odds of encountering it is... Yeah, 1 in 76. 1 in 77-ish. If you don't have a subskill locked, then the odds are 1 in 422. So, if you go up to 2 gold subskills locked, then it turns into 1 in 16. That's a lot better, or 1 in 17. So really, it's about getting to that friendship level 40 is where your odds actually become decent of getting it in the first 3 subskills. But yeah, before that point, horrendous odds. I've been absurdly lucky. Sadly caught a Rufflet with BFS, and then a different one with help bonus, skill triggers, and speed. Wish they could be fused. Well, I go with the help bonus, skill triggers, and speed, probably, than just BFS alone. My mono rotation is on Friday, when I have the remaining meals covered by berry specialists. Yeah, that's kind of how I usually play it out, is like, oh, I have all the remaining meals covered by the ingredients that I've stockpiled over the course of the week, then I'll rotate. That doesn't work as well if you have 5 different ingredients in a meal. It definitely hurts a little when I've done calcs, but not much. Oh, with the BFS? Yeah. Oh, yeah, with the Ingredient Finding M. Well, here's the thing. Practically speaking, yes, it does hurt a berry specialist. Technically. If you're collecting its triggers and everything. But it's such a small amount that, practically speaking, is not going to make that big of an impact overall. And also, if it is making a big of an impact, if it really is truly a problem, sneaky snacking does exist. It's not advisable in most situations, but there are certain Pokemon, and the Pokemon that are hurt most by Ingredient Finding M on Berry Specialists are usually the ones that have energizing or self-recharge, so they're the ones that you're more likely to sneaky snack. So then it really doesn't make a difference. My Arbok always sneaky snacks because he doesn't care about his skill, and he has a really high ingredient rate because he's an Arbok. So in that case, it literally makes no difference. If I'm on a skill specialist, the only one I can think of Dwebble for Avocado. That's true. That would make a difference. Dwebble for Avocado would want Ingredient Finding M as well. Maybe Plusmons too. Probably, yeah, that would make a difference to what they're trying to do. So that would make a difference. I didn't think about that. Other than that, I'm not sure IFM makes much of a difference on anything else, like Ingredient Magnet or such. Yeah. Generally speaking, I just think of it as a null subskill on most non-ingredient mons. Maybe the plus Pokemon, I can see that argument. I can see it on Dwebble as well. If you have a mono Honchkrow or mono... what's the other... Mawile? Actually, Mawile's an ingredient specialist, so ignore that. If you have a mono Honchkrow, I can also see it making a difference there if you're trying to use it for coffee. How are you doing tonight? Pretty good, Soul Dude. Gigamons feel more common because people don't show off all of their garbage. That's also the thing. If you're looking at the community, you see a lot of the good. You don't see all the bad that people filtered through to get to the good. You see the 1 out of the 77. You don't see the 76 that were trashed. So consider that as well. Although that is not my case with Sceptile. I caught 2 of them within the 1 in 77. And I think I only caught 13 or 14 and I have 2 of them. I don't know what my luck is there. It's insane, I will say that. And I haven't invested the second one yet because I just haven't had the resources to do so. But yeah. I've played the game since the beginning and I still haven't caught a decent Pikachu. What is a Pokemon you can't seem to catch a good one of? It was a really long time that I hunted for Pawmi, I know. That's probably one of the longest hunts that I've had. But I did eventually land it. For Pokemon that I'm actually hunting actively, I don't know if I have any, to be completely honest. Oh, it says please select at least one nature. I don't know what the deal is there. Is there any Pokemon? Another one was a Alolan Ninetales. I was hunting that for a while. I guess a Boma Snow was one that I was really kind of hunting. And Xatu, but those haven't been I haven't been hunting a Boma Snow a ton, really. I've kind of been hunting it a little bit, but not crazily. And Xatu hasn't been around long enough to really say it's the one Pokemon that evades me for ages, because it hasn't even been around for ages. So I can't really say that either. I've been really, really lucky. I will say that. Do you ever feel like you invested in too many Pokemon? Yes and no. I feel like I've invested... There are certain Pokemon that, especially early game, I invested that I shouldn't have. That were outright bad investments. But that was also before I knew stuff. I don't feel like I'm investing too many good things, and that's holding me back in any capacity. Because most of my investments are honestly things that I'm consistently using. I don't really tend to put more stuff into things unless I'm intending on using it. I guess there are some things that I have invested that I haven't really used much, like my Luxray. But I still see the value in my Luxray and its oil productivity. I just haven't had a chance to really use the oil yet. And that's also one that you get to level 60, stop investing, and it's fine. I haven't caught a perfect one, and I got their friendship level in 40 plus. Don't worry. Oh, for Pikachu? Yeah. I mean, theoretically 1 in 17 for Barry Finding Us help bonus. But still, 1 in 17 can be 100 catches before you actually catch it, because probability, everyone's an independent roll. If it's 1 in 17 odds and you've caught 16, want to know what your odds in the next one are? 1 in 17. On average, if you fail to catch it, then you've got 17 more catches on average. But that isn't how it works. So every time you fail, you can assume 17 more catches on our odds. That's kind of how probability works with that sort of thing. Show your garbage, people. Yeah. I have 2 Gigamons. One is not active until 75. I've played since Lapis launch. Ooh, that's quite a while, and to only have one that's already accessible is rough. I've had to catch over 40 Bulbasaur before I find a good mono. That's another thing. Monos are also rare. If we go back to that skill set probability thing, and let's say we just want to look for... we'll just use their ingredient recommendation. And you lock a sub-skill, because usually you will land that before it happens. And then... oh, wait. Yeah, just sub-skill count alone to match like 2 of these conditions is pretty rare. For finding... oh, that's for finding both those things, though. I don't know. I don't know exactly how this tool works, I'll be completely honest. Just the... I've used it a couple times, I know a little bit, but it's not the tool that I'm most familiar with in Rainon. Okay, let's see. My highest friendship level besides Eevee is Trapinch, getting to 50. That's insane that you caught 50 Trapinch already. Still going for a good one. Sigh. Got lucky with healers. I have Guard, Sylveon as 4-point healers, and Palmette as 5-point. Wait. Guard and Sylveon as 4-point healers? As in, like, you only have it at the skill level where it recovers 4 energy, or... wait, no. I don't know what you mean by that. Never caught a good Meowth, though. That is true. I've never caught a great Meowth. Will agree with that. I caught a Berry Finding Us Wobbuffet once. Fun fact about my account, I've caught more Wobbuffet than I've caught Wynot. I've caught 1 Wynot ever, and 2 Wobbuffets. Early game, you know. That's sometimes the case. No one has ever caught a good Meowth. The person that wrote that comment caught a good Meowth. Well, but it's still a Meowth, so it's still not good. Hey Raptor, I've caught a Mono Egg Happini with help bonus. 1 more positive sub-skill, I believe, but with speed down. Worth to invest. I mean, help bonus is always good. So, I'd probably keep hunting, but if I needed eggs, I would invest it when I need the eggs. That's not an immediate invest, but it's still very, very solid. But could it be better? Absolutely. But also, I'm developing this new help bonus theory every day. And I think my opinions on how much help bonus we need are kind of shifting and altering how much I value help bonus. And I'm starting to think that that the community still undervalues help bonus to an extent, which if that's the case, then honestly that should be an instant invest. But I'm still running numbers on it, and my opinions are still kind of changing. But I valued it in the past quite highly, and I still think that it might need to be valued more for late game investment. But only time will tell on that. I'm still crunching some numbers for a potential video one day. That's what this whole mess is. I won't show it off too much because it is spoilers for that future video, but these 3 teams are me messing around and running calcs for help bonus. And my goodness, it's been a headache try and think through. Okay. I have a good Meowth, not sure why. You and me at screen. Thanks, needed this. Oh, for the help bonus. Okay. Sure, that's the thrill of the game. You run after some mons and you catch crazy ones in the first couple tries. Caught a god to your tarsal? I don't know what that is in reference to on second ever data rapis. I'm guessing autocorrect messed you up there. Unless that's like a... Unless that's the French name for a Pokemon that I'm unaware of. Oh, is that Ralts? Is that the French name for Ralts? If that's the case, then congrats. That's like one of the best Pokemon in the game. Okay, 4 good skills. Oh, I see what you're saying. So sub skills. Wow, that's crazy. I caught a Meowth with great sub skills. Too bad it was a Meowth. I've caught 5 shiny Wobbuffet and Wynaut. That is insane. What is with your shiny Wobbuffet luck, man? Soul dude. I'm running perma 5 health bonus team every day. Thanks for repeating advice. Sadly, I need eggs for big desserts. Yeah, if you need eggs, then yeah, I think it's worth it settling on. But yeah, if it was something that you didn't need the eggs immediately, then I'd say continue on hunting. But if you need the eggs, then I think that it's a worthy investment. We do for mints again soon. Who knows? Mints are probably going to come in with mints are probably going to come in with the next event that we have the festive flowers come back, which I don't know when that's going to be. We'd have to look forward and see when's the next time that we might get a festive flower based event. Maybe the 30th anniversary, but they've never done an event for the anniversary of Pokemon like overall. They've only ever done the Pokemon Presents and then making a massive announcement of a legendary event. So I wouldn't be expecting it anytime soon. Yeah, rolled. So you're all good. Awesome. I can literally run a full team of shiny Wobbuffets. Soul dude, you need to like just make a team of that and then take a screenshot of it and send and on the weekend post that to the subreddit and make like a meme out of it. Maybe you might even get away with posting that during the weekday, honestly, if you tag it as meme, because that is more of a meme. But probably save for the weekend, just in case. Not a fully invest on it, I guess. Yeah, 30 could be good. 30, that sort of situation is great for 30. And then maybe continue the hunt. But if you need the level 60 output, take it to level 60 and just make it your long-term invest, because it's not terrible. I def will. Lol. Nice, nice. The 5 shiny Wobbuffet team. Wobbuffet. S tier Pokemon, definitely. Definitely ignore my placement of it on this. D tier. I put it above Leafeon. Yeah, because it actually procs more than Leafeon, and that was my whole thing. Leafeon is worse than Wobbuffet, genuinely, in my mind. I don't understand why people look at it. I guess Wobbuffet is more outclassed as Psychic-type healer. But does it really matter that Leafeon's the Grass-type healer when Grass and Psychic share an island? That only matters on Green Grass and Green Grass Expert Mode. Which, like, how many weeks does that really make a difference that you have the Grass-type berry favor and not Psychic-type? Like, when people say that Wobbuffet is, like, one of the worst Pokemon in the game, I'm like, Leafeon's definitely worse. And it's just evolution cope, I feel like. But then again, I run Leafeon on my second account, where I ban energy for everyone. My team of Wobbuffets would never get tired. Indeed, they would proc plenty. Let's see, what would the energy curve look like on that? Let's make a theoretical team of 5 Wobbuffets. Let's assume level 25. I'm not even going to put any sub-skills on it because these are shiny, which means they're probably not going to be good. I guess you probably wouldn't do main skill seed investments, but still. Let's look at the energy curve if you were to invest main skill seeds. Plenty fine. Just maxed all day long, basically. let's see if you don't invest main skill seeds, because that's honestly the more likely case. And it probably actually looks funnier, because it's smaller procs. Actually not as good as I would have expected it to be. It's just combining all of them at once. This list looks insane, though. Sorry if this was mentioned before, but what is Holiday Hat, Pika, Solo, and F? If you get a triple trigger, it would be okay for shards. 5 to 6 per day, similar to Lucario. Well, a part of that might be the fact that I wasn't letting myself use Rain On. And because I didn't want it to be longer than it already was. So if I miscalculated things, then I miscalculated things. But in comparisons that I've run in the past, it's not that great. Let's see. If we got to level 50, 14,543 versus mid Swalot. This is the comparison that I always run. 13,968. I guess it can reach reasonable amounts, because that is better than the bare minimum investable on Swalot. But it needs to be some really, really, really solid, like, insanely good sub-skills. Meanwhile, Lucario is enough better that, like, I think you only need, like, this much to get comparable amounts. Yeah. You only need triple trigger versus quad trigger, which is a big enough difference that, like, this you're almost never going to catch. This, you're probably not going to catch, but it's still possible. Like, I still do see stuff like this every now and then. This is, like, it can happen, but it's like a once-in-a-lifetime catch. So for it to be like a once-in-a-lifetime... Okay, maybe not once-in-a-lifetime. Once in, like, a year. For it to be on that level of rarity of sub-skill arrangement, I can't reasonably justify to hunt for it, especially when that's during Christmas alone. You're probably not going to land that good of sub-skills if it's only available during Christmas. So, that's probably, like, the difference here is enough that it's not worth it. Most likely. I guess if you land the perfect one, then sure, it's okay. Now let's see. Persian. Poor Persian doesn't break the barrier even with those perfect sub-skills. Poor Persian. Still bad, though, for Holiday Hat Pika. Now, did I rank it below Persian? I think I ranked it below Persian. Yeah, I did. And I think the biggest reason why it's worse than Persian on my index, or on my comparison, is not necessarily because it is a worse shard farmer. It is a slightly better shard farmer than Persian. But the difference here, I guess it is by about 1,000 a day with the best sub-skills. But also, this... Well, one, it gets less strength than this does. Like, berry strength, although that's mediocre to begin with. But also, this will take your Pika candies. And takes one more main skill seed level than what this takes. So that's another factor. It's more expensive for comparable-ish outputs, but they're both bad. They're both equally bad. I think the case with Leafeon is that they are avoidable. Meanwhile, I'm sure you had a session at some point where half the spawns were Wobbuffets. Why nots are Wobbuffets? Yeah, but that doesn't affect the viability of the Mon. I still think that people ranking Wobbuffet as the worst Pokemon in the game do not recognize that there are other Pokemon that are, like... In my mind, Leafeon is almost to the point where I could call it objectively worse. But yeah. Greengrass is an okay off-type healer, is way better than trying to justify Leafeon. Yeah. Honestly, yeah, off-type energy for everyone just does better. It's not worth it to try and justify it with Leafeon. It's just bad. Worse than it. But I do think that it is an... Energizing Cheer is weird because I do think it is balanced. The problem is it's a balanced main skill that's competing with a broken, overpowered, busted main skill in energy for everyone. Energy for Everyone is just broken. And all these Pokemon, the Energizing Cheer family of Pokemon, are competing with that, which makes them just at a disadvantage for having a balanced main skill. But if Energy for Everyone didn't exist, all these Pokemon would honestly probably be solidly A or B tier. If Energy for Everyone did not exist. I couldn't see the whole tier list stream, and I wanted to ask why do pot expand pop Pokemon's are that so low in the tier list? Not that I disagree, but I didn't know they were that bad, especially Magnezone. So here's the thing, Ian Romo, they're not bad. They rank very lowly on my tier list because they confuse me, to be honest. They're very, very niche. They have a very niche role, and when you use that niche role, they're incredibly powerful. The problem is you have to be someone that's fulfilling that niche, and for a lot of players, that niche just isn't something they can do. And that one niche, I guess, to be more specific, is when you're using the pot expander from going from not being able to craft a meal to being able to craft a meal because it has a higher ingredient requirement. If you're doing that, then that is a lot of strength that they add to the team, especially if you're using that to level up the meal in off weeks, for event weeks. There's value added by them. They're not bad Pokemon you need to avoid. They're just hyper niche at doing one specific job that is... I feel like most players are that like suggested as a niche that it does aren't actually necessarily using that, especially because if you want to push strength in the off weeks, I think what's better is to play more into berries, play more into just settling with whatever meal that you're getting, whatever like is your top meal of the ingredient capacity that you have, and then not trying to run a pot expander because it does take another team slot to get that. I feel like very rarely is it actually going to yield more strength. But if you're using it to level meals, that's a very powerful option. But once again, very, very niche. And that's why it's ranked so lowly. Not because it's bad. They're actually very powerful when used correctly. Okay, I see those trigger sub-skills on all my ingredient mon catches. Fair enough. I just overlook all the other sub-skills. I just look... My eyes hyper-fixate on for just the ingredient fighting stuff when I'm looking at an ingredient mon. Very rarely would I even notice that they're that good spec for skills. What I mean is that Wob tends to be more annoying. Meanwhile, Leafeon doesn't really show up. So many people don't really talk about it. True. That is true. So that's probably why it ranks significantly higher. Where did people rank it on the community rankings? I need to see this. I don't know where Leafeon landed. It should be this one, I think. Yeah, this is the community rankings. It's still ranked really low. People recognized it as bad. Worst use. I don't think many people will take the time to make the distinction between the worst energizing Cheermon. That's true. They're both bad. For me, pot expander is essential as I do ingredient meta. Must have to cook the high meals. You need 1 to 2 high meals per day, but you only need 1. Paxos were out of the game and Devin called you to say, what do you want us to make this? What role would you wish it to be? At this point, if they added Haxorus, I'd probably... Can I say, can I be biased and say make it the true 5-pip Tastymon option? Just because I'd wanted to see it be incredibly meta-relevant. We see how incredibly meta-relevant Spheal is, Holiday Spheal, for being a 5-pip Tasty Chance option that was available for 1 week. Imagine if it was available year-round and actually really good. Well, Holiday Spheal is really good, don't get me wrong. It's a good Pokemon. It's just, if we had it available, if we had something that was 5-pip and available year-round, that would be so nice and so game-changing. So that's what I want Haxorus to be as of right now. Or have some sort of new, cool, unique main skill that gives it extra attention, although I don't know what they would base that on, because Haxorus doesn't have any too notable of abilities or main, like, moves that they could make a unique main skill off of. Maybe First Impression, but I associate that more with bugs, as most people do, I think. But it is kind of cool that Haxorus has first impression. I like the pod expanders, lol. Thinking about investing in a third pod expander at the moment. Okay, wait. Why do you need more than one? That's a question I have. What's the purpose of having more than one? Trying like expert mode coverage or something? Energizing cheer skill specialist do for Haxorus. It should not be an energizing cheer skill specialist. Please no. He could break the mold. That's true. Okay, Haxorus' abilities are Mold Breaker, Rivalry, and I think Unnerve. I think is this last one. If I'm right. I guess it's my favorite Pokemon. I don't even know all of its abilities. But I know its move pool. The most notable thing about its move pool is probably First Impression. Yeah, it is Unnerve. Yeah, hidden ability Unnerve. Why would you ever use an ability patch for that? I don't know. But no, the most notable thing about its move pool is probably First Impression, which just feels wrong to give that to a non-bug type if they were to make a unique main skill for First Impression. Also, how would First Impression translate to Pokemon Sleep? Because what it does in the base game, for those that don't know, is it's a really, really powerful priority move, but it only can occur once after you swap it in, because it doesn't let you select it again after that point. So like it's one of those things that's like very easy to play around with, like Protect and whatnot, because it's only active for one turn. It only happens on the first time that you switch in. You can't use it after that, so it's very predictable. But it always happens first because it's got like +3 priority or something like that, and it's actually got a really high base power for being a priority move to kind of balance it out. But it's only on. It's a bug type move, and it's on a lot of bug Pokemon. But for some reason, Haxorus has it. So how would that translate to Sleep? Maybe like it's a main skill that can only happen once between your sleep sessions, which would just be awful. Unless it was really, really, really powerful. Anyway. First was Magnezone, second Luxray. Oh, okay. That makes a bit more sense. First Magnezone, so dedicated one. Luxray. Luxray is not a true pod expander. It's an ingredient specialist first and foremost. And then third, Minun paired with Toxtricity. Okay. That makes a bit more sense. I can understand that. I thought you were just saying, like, you were investing Magnezone, Flareon, Glaceon. In that case, I'd be like, what are you doing? But yeah, also with the items to the game, a whole new mechanic that gives specific buffs to specific Pokemon. I could see that. I like the idea of items, but that definitely would be a huge meta shift. That could really shake up the meta, depending on what the items do. I think my favorite idea for items is actually one that I discussed earlier, as if they were to add Life Orb. Life Orb, like, it makes a Pokemon's main skill trigger rate higher, but also makes that every time they proc their main skill, they lose a static amount of energy. There's Life Orb for you. Now, what are other ideas? I have no clue how they could bring the choice items over, because their drawbacks just don't really make sense in a Pokemon Sleep context. And some of the other ones would just be like really obvious, like maybe Twisted Spoon just gives like a % increase to Psychic Berries produced. But that also can feel a little bit broken, and also like certain Pokemon would just really want that more than others, because you would never use that on a non-psychic type. So, yeah, I don't know. Things like that. Maybe Expert Belt could be increases effectiveness of like super, or like the on-type berries. I don't know. Anyway. I can see a use for a second pot expander to Turbo Poppers for Max Sunday pot to dump a bunch of tails and guarantee a crate. Okay, every time that someone discusses the dump a bunch of tails to make the pot expanders better, you have to have a tail farmer for that, and that's going to be a lot more difficult than I think most people have. If you have it, cool. I guess maybe that's a niche. But for most people, who's stockpiling that many tails? I guess the one tail guy on the Reddit that has that experimental account. But other than that, I feel like that niche usage is one that doesn't It is too hyper niche that nobody actually uses it, especially on Sundays. If you're doing that, you're probably doing it on Mondays because early week strength is more powerful than late week strength. Okay, hold up. It could be a once a day skill proc like disguise. Maybe, but maybe it would be good at making mold breaker tiramisu. That's true. It does. Maybe they would make it a an ingredient specialist that's great for mold breaker tiramisu. In which case, what would the ingredient list be? I need to look at. Is it this image? Yeah, it's this image. Corn, coffee, milk. I don't think that's something that's on another Pokemon in that specific order. So, milk and coffee on an ingredient specialist could be kind of neat. I don't think we have that currently, other than on. I think that's on Palmot, if I'm right. I think it has. I think Palmot's like milk, egg, coffee, or something like that. You should roll IFM on Slowbro for tails. Yeah, that's still not good. Have you actually run the? Have you run the numbers on ingredient finding M Slowbro for tails? It doesn't produce as much as you think it does. Yeah, it's the best tail producer, but even the best tail producer sucks. Let's see. It is, let's see how many tails per day. With 4 health bonus stacks and good camp ticket, it collects 23 per day. Oh boy, so if you want to try and fill 200 ingredients worth of the pod expansion, you have to run your Slowbro for like 9 days. Or you have to run 4 Slowbros for like 2.5 days. With like the best ingredient finding subskills. And they would also have to have help bonus, which their subskills are being used by this, so that they don't actually have help bonus. Yeah, and a healer. Yeah, you're not doing that. I guess you could do it in advance to an event, but I think there are other more effective tactics for the purposes of strength carryover than that, especially since this idea is to stack it all up for the Sunday crit, which most of the other strength carryover tactics are to hit on Monday and get the most strength right away in the week, so that way the strength is applied to the whole week instead of the last day. Assault Vest, no skill proc, increased ingredient rates. That could be cool. What main skill do you think is best to invest more than once, other than Dream Shard Farmers? Probably Charge Strength. Dream Shard Farmers, obviously, but you already kind of called that out. I think, let's see. Yeah, it really does depend. Berry Burst, obviously, is one, but that's like investing multiple berry Pokemon. That's probably the next best one, honestly. After Dream Shard Magnet. Choice Scarf boosts speed but locks you to produce just berries. That could be kind of neat. Swampert is close. New Milk Farmer could be Haxorus, my favorite too. Milking a dragon axe thing. A lizard. Palmot has cacao and egg. Oh, yeah. Okay, it's cacao, egg, and... Is it coffee? I think it's coffee. I don't know the last one. Oh, it's milk. Wait. I think it's cacao, milk, egg, or something like that. I don't know. There's one situation where dumping the tails on Sunday is optimal. If you care more about final score than reaching high strength early for spawns. Yeah, that is true. But even then, once again, I guess I'd have to see how much does 200 tails actually provide you in terms of strength. I believe they're worth like 384, right? Strength per tail. 342. 342 times 200 in it. If you can guarantee the crit, then it's tripled. Times 1.85 for the island bonus. That's 379k. I guess if that's during a meal boosted week, 1.5 times is 569k. It's basically 600,000 strength off of tails. I guess that is a lot. And if you can do that 3 times on the last day somehow, then that would clear 1.8 million in one day. But if you're looking to like M20 an island, because that's really the only goal that I could really see being one to push for a specific number of strength, and that's like the only reason why you want to get that much strength, is if you're trying to M20 an island, just as a stretch goal. Then 1.8 million, yes, that's a lot, but when you're talking in terms of 8.5 million, you still have to clear like over 6.5 million, over 6.5 million strength, which is not an easy task to overcome. And if you're doing that while holding 600 slowpoke tails in your bag, that leaves you with very little room for flexibility and cushion on making your ingredients. So I guess, like, yes, it's possible, but what are you sacrificing to do it? What is the sacrifice being made to hold that many tails, and how long did you prep to get that many tails? What have you invested to get that many tails? Slower level 60 double tails comparable to Ditto level 60 the same. I know, yeah. I've done M20 this way. I've gotten meals to 1 to 2 mil off of a single meal due to maxing out on tails. Yeah, I mean, that's fair, but once again, what's the cost? What could you have run instead? That's always the question you have to ask. Because the thing about this game is, I've seen a lot of people post things on like the Reddit and stuff, like, and I've even seen some people, I've seen before, someone in my chat try to say, Umbreon's not bad, Umbreon's good. I've run Umbreon plenty and had a good experience with it, and lots of strength with it. The thing about this game, everything does get you strength. Even if it is a bad Pokemon, even if it is the Pokemon that are way down here on this list, they do get you strength, and they will strengthen themselves as they level up, as you gain that area bonus. It's going to feel like you're progressing, no matter how poorly you are optimizing. It's just, in order to optimize this game, you need to think about the opportunity cost of what are the alternative things you could be running, what else could you use, because realistically, everything does progress you through this game. Nothing is a step backwards. Nothing halts your progression. The only thing that really could be a step backwards would be transferring a vital Pokemon. Or burning main skill seeds on a Pokemon and then transferring it. Like, as long as you're not transferring Pokemon that you shouldn't be transferring, you pretty much will never be taking a step backwards in Pokemon Sleep. The game is ever moving forwards. Optimization just changes how quickly you move forward. So, making the case of like, oh, I had this much strength off of this thing. Yeah, that's a lot of strength. But my question would be, what could you have gotten if you had chosen to use something else? Or chosen to invest something else? Not saying that what you did was a bad idea. It might have worked for you, and you know what? It is a strategy, absolutely. But my question is always, is it the best option? Is it even a middle-of-the-road option comparative to your other options? That's always the question that I would have. You talked about Cramorant, you mentioned a Groton strategy with Crustle and ABB Meowscarada, and I realized I almost have everything to make that strategy. I would only have to prepare avocados. Nice. Obviously, Tails won't solo it, but it helps a lot if you can still do everything else. Yeah, true. But you gotta consider how difficult it is to really hold that many tails for Sunday. Don't prep for that much tails. I mostly just accumulate a lot of tails over time. If I need more, I can get over 200 if I decide to sacrifice a whole week. And fair enough, if you're running Slowbro anyway, that is a nice added benefit of running Slowbro or Slowking. But once again, how long are you running Slowbro and Slowking? You can see how low they rank on this chart. At least this is my opinion chart, I will say that. And my opinion, I guess, ranks the tail aspect of them a bit lower than maybe it does for you. But once again, I mean, you could have been running Sceptile that whole time, if you had a Sceptile. That's another thing, you gotta consider your box. What do you have in your box? Because that makes a big difference as well. This game is wild because every player's game is going to be a completely different game. If I was given your Pokemon, I wouldn't know what to do with them. Because I don't know what sub-skills and stuff, like, I don't know what's best for your account because it matters the sub-skills on the Pokemon that you have. It's almost like we're playing two different games. The only thing that's the same is the baseline, the base tier. But on my account, Alolan Ninetales and Sceptile go insane. Raichu goes insane. On Iben Brown's account, I know Golduck goes insane. They're good Pokemon on both accounts. Neither of us have made the wrong decision. It's all about what you have on your account. If I haven't unlocked Tails before, should I go ahead and unlock it or just let it be? Well, I guess there's a lot of questions that go into that. Do you need the 20 diamonds? Because you'll get 20 diamonds for unlocking it. Do you use ingredient magnet or tickets? Do you count on tickets to give you the right ingredients for your meals? Because if so, tails aren't used in meals quite a bit. So it's probably better to have one less thing in the potential grab pool for the tickets if you don't need it. But tails are the highest value ingredient in the game. So theoretically, adding tails to the pool does increase the value of your tickets overall. But it does reduce the reliability. You'll get the ingredients that you're looking for when you use them. So, and the same thing goes for ingredient magnet Pokemon too. So I guess consider all those consequences. Me personally, I'm the type of person that's kind of completionist. I just want to unlock it. So I unlock it. I unlocked avocados right away, even though I didn't really need them. Because it's like, I just want to get it out of the way so I don't have to worry about it later. That way I just have them. Just do whatever you want. That's my thoughts on that. Currently have 300 tails and passively accumulating them. Okay, is max main skilling anything possible super early game? Depends on how much you spend on the game. You theoretically could max main skill something probably within a couple weeks of starting. If you spend a lot, but it does kind of depend. I don't know. I haven't really run calculations on that and stuff, but I think what you're missing is that the tail farming is just prep. I don't run Slowbro during an M20 run. That's true, but also, what could you be running during your prep? Like, even prep time is valuable time. I'm not saying you have to run, like, prep time is valuable for different reasons. Like me, for example, I'm running Berry Bomb to prep to get about 600k at the start of week, which I think is more valuable than 1.8 million on the last day. It all depends on what you have available to you. Like I said, I'm not saying it's a bad decision. I'm saying just consider the other options, and I think when you consider other options, very rarely does a tail-focused strategy come out on top. I'd be interested to see your box to see what other options might exist. Okay. More than 20 diamonds, actually. 60 if I remember. Oh, yeah, I forgot about the meals. Yeah, you would get 60 after you make the meals, too. So, you need the 60 diamonds. Probably never use tails often, but I definitely want to unlock it for bag space. Fair enough. Could have berry bombed. Well, you can only berry bomb if you have the Pokemon to build a berry bomb with. So that is an asterisk. And if you don't have a legend, then berry bombs are far more ineffectual than if you're trying to do with extra helpful Pokemon. So berry bombing, I remember before the legends were like, before we got the legends, before we had access to the legends, it was kind of just like, it was just kind of a stupid thing some people were doing with extra helpful, because you had to sacrifice a lot of time for it to be impactful enough to actually do something. But some people did it still because it was incredibly dopamine satisfying, whatever, when it did land. But yeah, it wasn't like a super common thing. But it also matters how you enjoy most of the game. Ingredient meta isn't always the most min-max option. I really love making strategies to fill the ingredients. Maybe people enjoy making the biggest dish, which is fair. Play with how you want. You don't have to play how I look at things. I'm very much so of the mindset of try to get the most strength with the reasonable amount of time that I check the app, which I don't like to rotate the team. Like, there are optimizations that I intentionally avoid because I just don't like to do them. I don't think it's fun to necessarily go in and manage my team slots and rotate the team around day by day in, day out. I don't think it's necessarily the most fun thing to go in and, well, that's the biggest thing, honestly, is just team rotation and checking the app all the time. But I also work a schedule where when I'm at work, I don't really get to check the app for like 2.5 hours at a time, so I have to kind of account for that and play into that. But I like to just see the big number get to be the biggest. I don't care if that's ingredients, I don't care if that's berries, I don't care if that's skills. Whatever gives me the highest number is what I'm going to target. So that's kind of the way that I play. If you want to play more into the ingredients because you find that more fun, go for it. If you like the tail strategy, ignore everything that I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, from my perspective of just min-maxing it to the extreme, min-maxing it as much as I possibly can, I think tails are a gimmick. And I think that, like, there's almost always something that can probably be run that will yield higher strength or yield a more productive result. Like in off weeks running Dream Shard Magnet Pokemon, or pushing strength a little bit in the off weeks so that you can get a little bit more candies and Dream Shards during those times. There's always other options. And the way that I play, I just don't think tails are ever going to play a role into that. If you like that, go for it. Like I said, this game you'll always move forward. This game always moves forward. There's really no changing that other than by like transferring Pokemon that you shouldn't transfer. Even if you're the most casual player in the world that just wakes up every morning, checks the app, always uses the same team at every island, doesn't care about meals, checks it when they wake up and go to bed, you're still gonna gain more strength week 2 than you did week 1. Because that's just how the game progresses. So, you can't really set yourself back. So do whatever you want, ultimately. Do what you find fun. That's the most optimal thing you can do for the purpose of having fun. Which really, it's a game. The goal is to have fun. So, don't ever take my min-maxy language of, oh, that sucks. If that is how you're interpreting what I'm saying, don't ever take that as you have to play the way that I'm playing. Because that is not my intention. Ever. And I hope it doesn't ever come off that way. I just like talking about these things and trying to optimize it for the biggest number. Okay. Can't do both. I'm planning for Green Grass M20 run, and I plan to do both Tails and a Berry Bomb. I mean, if you can do it, then you can do it. Go for it. Green Grass Expert M20 run is going to be quite intense. I don't know how that's going to work out for me with the way that I play. I'll be 100% honest. There's just so much randomness with it. I hate the level of randomness of the Green Grass Expert, and I hate that you can't kind of try to shoehorn the randomness to be a little bit less with rerolling. Well, you can, but it's not without an expense. A big expense. Bigger than it was before. Okay. Free trial over last week, first week of month, and an event that gives a seed. You can probably max a main skill in 2 to 3 weeks. My alt's Palmot, yeah, max like that. Yep. Golduck Bomb is better. Golduck Bomb is probably the worst bomb you could make because it's charge strength S and you can only get 2 procs. So I guess if you want to... I don't even know how much does the max output on charge strength S variable. It is 4,600 times area bonus. And you can get 2 procs. Okay, you can get a Golduck Bomb of 17,020 per Pokemon on the team if you have 5 Golducks. Wait. If you have 5 Golducks, then that Golduck Bomb is worth about 85k. If you max roll all and get a double proc on all 5. have fun with that. Oh, 5x Golduck double trigger bomb strength carry strat. Yeah. Am I early? No, you're definitely not. Tails are definitely a gimmick, but when you're trying to get every edge possible, it's an option that doesn't take away from other means of strength transfer. See, here's the thing. My bag space is more valuable to me because I'm, like, look at the way that I'm using my bag space here. I think that using the bag space for the purposes of making sure that I can reliably craft a meal without having to run the ingredient specialist, I think that's more valuable than Tails on one day, personally. And that is something that, like, running these 420 leaks means that I don't have to run a Farfetch'd or Quackable at all throughout the week. Running these 252 coffee beans means that I don't have to run a Vikavolt at all during the week. I can just run this team of berry specialists, almost all berry specialists, with a Dedenne consistently, that I can theoretically rotate this slot out if I'm choosing to optimize the extra tasty chance. And I can do that because I allowed myself to have these coffee and these leaks prepped in advance. That is something that I can't do if I'm stockpiling 600 or even 400, 200 tails. Because the tails lock you into just using them when they're going to be the most valuable if you want to get the value out of it. And it's difficult to say what the value of this is, but especially with my playstyle, especially, of not liking to rotate the teams, this is a lot more valuable. So, you gotta consider your playstyle as well. Once again, if that's what you like, go for that, but this is what I like, this is what I'm going to do. Speaking of optimization, Togekiss is a wild ride. Yeah, Togekiss is not optimal. Too random, but fun. I will say that. You've said before that pumpkins were a gimmick like Tails, but they got ingredient specialists that get to be mono, so thoughts about it as fillers? I said before that I thought pumpkins were going to be a gimmick. I thought they were going to be I thought that the pumpkin meta was going to be short-lived. That was a bad call on my part because they didn't power creep it like I thought was going to happen. Nowadays, I will say it looks like they actually do want pumpkins to be pretty solid because they did keep them relevant in the meta because they didn't power creep them like I thought they were going to. They are still very high value and they're a lot easier to prep than Tails are, I will say that. Granted, though, they are a significant percentage off from the strength of Tails. So, it has its ups and downs. I still think prepping the ingredients for the meal that you're going to be using is more valuable. Yeah, I did calcs for M20 green grass expert myself. It's going to be close. I'm relying on getting a decent roll within 6 tries. Oh, that hurts. Because I don't let myself re-roll green grass expert, at least right now. I've considered potentially allowing it for certain events later in the future. Because the big reason why we didn't want to re-roll green grass expert before was just because the idea that it was going to waste area bonus if you were at max area bonus everywhere else. But now that's not the case because nobody's at max area bonus everywhere else because that's literally impossible right now. So nowadays you can still justify it a little bit more because you're probably not getting every expert ticket. So, but yes, there's a heavy cost there, and it kind of hurts to even think about re-rolling it 6 times. I hope you land it because man, that'll be rough if you don't get it. I've looked at the calcs before, and theoretically, if I was to invest this team to level 65, and I got the 2.4x berry boost, and I got Psychic and Grassberry, and either one of them was the primary, then I can get to, like, this much, before I even account for meals. So, like, is it possible? Yeah. But I would need to get incredibly lucky. And I'm just going to wait a little. I'm just going to hold off and chill. I'm going to wait until my expert bonus is at 85% for sure. I want to push it as fast as possible because that's my play style. But without being able to plan like I can with other islands and count on the main favored berry that I want, I just don't think I can feasibly do it earlier without gambling, like all my expert tickets and like all my easy travel tickets. So I don't want to gamble because I'm not a big gambler. I like to see that I'm going to reach my goals in Rain on X before I attempt to use them. And that's just how I am. So that's how I'm going to actually do this. I would love to find a shiny Togekiss for shiny alts. It's so fun. I love shinies. And oh yeah, the shiny only alt. Love the whole idea. Why do you have a team with 4 Sceptiles? I was talking about it earlier. Someone asked a question of, is a team of 4 Sceptiles viable? And I said yes. Here, look at number. If they're level 65, it's a little bit better. Did the calcs, there's a way good chance that I can get at least 2 favorable berries for green grass on dessert week. Yeah, it depends on how many different options are favorable. But yeah, it'll hurt a lot if I whiff, lol. Yeah, and also the thing is you gotta consider that you have to get 2 favorite berries on a dessert week. Which, that's pretty lucky if you can land that. Actually fully invested in a great Togekiss that I use on Cyan and the Green Grass Expert Fairy Berry. It is so much fun. I do think it is fun. I will never argue, or I will never say that Togekiss is not fun, because it is a very fun Pokemon. I want to invest in myself. But also, I don't think it'll ever be worth it for me, because I'm too much of a planner and I can't plan around random. And that's literally what Togekiss is. But that's just my playstyle. And even though I like the concept of it, I'm not going... I'd have to have some fun time. And I just can't afford fun time right now when I'm still, like... Off weeks is shard farming and or prep. Event weeks is do whatever my goal during that event is. There's, like, no budget right now. No, I need to afford the pod expansions. Okay, also hunting specific shiny mons for my account, only use shiny. Nice. Hoping for avocado or pumpkin shiny recently. We love you as a non-gambler. Stay your best, making sure. Desserts are guaranteed on Valentine's. I'm aware of that, yeah. But also, well, the other person said they said and they land desserts, so I was assuming that. Guaranteed for Valentine's, that's what I'm playing for. Okay, that makes sense. Hey, if you can land them 20 Valentines, then more power to you. That's insane. I assume you probably have 85% area bonus there at this point. I've been pivoting to target for Amber Canyon, as I'm sure you're aware, which that is taking a lot of effort. It's taking a boatload of effort since I'm limited to 65% area bonus. That is a huge limitation. That's honestly, if I could have 85% area bonus, let's see. If I can pull it off, it's, what was it? It's like 8.5 million. Oh, wait. Okay, wait. That'd be 9.5 million at Greengrass Expert. Or, it'd be 9.5 million with 85% area bonus, roughly. So, if I can pull it off, then it's like in the realm of 10 million, honestly. Probably, because I'll probably exceed it a little bit. Which, without the Expert Mode boosts, because the Expert Mode does come with additional boosts, I think that's something that I could clear with this team, theoretically. But just, there's too much randomness. Too much randomness, indeed. And, like I said, I'm not going to modify that. I don't see the area bonus cap going up against it anytime soon, so I don't think it'll get much better than the upcoming meal events. Yeah, I just reached 85 area bonus last week. Yep, that's a big game changer. I wish I had the benefit of 85% area bonus at Amber Canyon, because it would make this whole ordeal like 1,000 times easier. My plan is to M20 Lapis Lakeside for Valentine's Day this year, unless the new Valentine's Day mon is worth going somewhere else. Yeah, I mean, that's reasonable. If if you haven't done it yet, then it's always fun. It's always fun to get a new M20 under the belt. There's no reason to rush it, realistically. Like, if you're really to optimize, you're eventually gonna hit it. Like I said, the game always progresses forward. And, like, I'm at a point now that, yeah, I worked really hard to try an M20 Greengrass back during the Entei event. I did a lot of event prep. I forced myself to get... I even forced Electric Berry. I remember that, because it was like... You had to get Fireberry. Like, Fireberry was guaranteed, and then it was the other two were random. I literally was like, I'm going to reroll so many times with so many tickets. I was like, I had stockpiled so many tickets, and I was like, I'm going to force Electric Berry, and if I get that, I get M20. I used like 7 tickets, I want to say, or something like that. I don't remember how many it was, but it was a lot of tickets. Well, it wasn't quite 7. I think it was actually like 4. Like 4 tickets. But either way, a lot of expense, a lot of prep time, and I could have just waited. But I don't care. I don't care that it was more expensive than what it was worth. Because it was fun, and that's what I like. I like to M20 things early. And same thing's going for Amber Canyon. I don't care that I'm sacking about like 3 weeks of productivity. Because this is what I find fun with the game. So, do I think it's optimal? No. But do I care? No. Unfortunately, there's no way to get around the gambling aspect for Greengrass Expert M20. Even if you wait, I don't think things will improve that much more significantly. Unless you're planning on waiting until you get a high-level berry finders for almost every type. Well, here's one thing that I know will improve. I have... Here's something that I know is guaranteed, okay? Christmas, okay? Hear me out. Christmas, the primary berry is guaranteed ice. And I have 2 great ice Pokemon. By that point, they might increase the level cap to level 70. So if I can get both of these guys up to level 70, and the primary berry is ice, additionally at that point the area bonus cap might also increase a little bit more, because they might introduce more Pokemon, but we'll see. Additionally, we know with Christmas now, that because these 2 things are boosted, the skills and ingredient finding on the berry type is guaranteed. Additionally, we deal with Christmas boosts, where there are event bonuses of +1 ingredient to ice types, and 1.25x skill trigger rate on ice types as well. If you account for that, this might actually, like, that's a lot of strength just right there, if we're completely honest. So next Christmas might be a time that I could actually think about it, because that's something that I know is guaranteed. But also, only time will tell. Because I can't account for the other ones, because I don't know what they're going to be. I guess I could theoretically plan for Cresselia. Although, generally speaking, Cresselia having weaker healing is not great for expert mode. Espeon is probably my better generalist. And then I guess the hope would be then, I don't know, something like Sceptile. Which would hopefully be level 70 by that point. With all this, 7.39 million. I guess that's still not coming all the way in, but strength boosts. Hopefully, like, I could prep some sort of meal. Like, if I get these Pokemon all to level 70, which is probably going to be out by then, 7.5 mil. There still is a level of randomness, but this is a lot less randomness. It minimizes the randomness. But that's also if I'm willing to use Christmas for that, which... I don't know about that. Christmas is so valuable for other reasons that I don't want to do that. There's also Halloween. Halloween's the more likely one, which means Ghost Berry. Which means, man, I need to target Ghost Pokemon. Anyway. Let's see. Oh no, there's a lot of high-level Shiny and a Suicune I can post a pic in the Discord. Nice. Low-key excited for Shuckle. Just want to see what it can potentially do. Juice, indeed. The way I see it right now is that Greengrass Expert is going to require gambling no matter what, so I might as well get started on gambling during this next meal event. Fair enough. What is your opinion on a full electric team built around Raikou and Palma, Raichu, Halloween Pikachu, and Ampharos? It absolutely works. Ampharos is probably better to be replaced with a... well, you want to make sure you have Berry Fighting S on the Ampharos. It's not a typical thing you'd look for on Ampharos, like something that you really need on Ampharos, but if you're putting it on a Raikou team, it's probably better to have it because it can take more advantage of Raikou. Otherwise, Pikachu with a ribbon probably actually might work better. Right around the comparisons on that. Why is the Lego X Pokemon building stream? Or when is it? I don't... Oh, me? I'm not going to be doing that. I can't afford the Lego X Pokemon stuff. I'm not... Like, Legos are cool, don't get me wrong, but not worth how much they cost. Kind of worried they're going to increase the level cap sooner than later, and I'm still going to be broke from the pot expansions. I think we're just going to always be broke. They're always going to increase something the moment that we actually can afford stuff. That's how they make money. And then people buy more bundles that include Dream Shards or Dream Clusters or whatever. It's a good point, but the trade-off is that you have to roll for the recipe type that you want. Yeah, but recipe also is a lot closer. Like, it's a lot easier to roll for recipe than roll for berry. And, like, you could also theoretically meal prep for two different... I've done this before where you prep for two different possible meal types, and then you only have to roll to avoid one recipe. Sure, you end up with weaker meals, but if you only have to make up a difference of 4 million strength, then when you're dealing with percentages this high, and meals that are potentially level 65 or level 70, that's a bit more of a closed gap. So, like, things will improve over time. That's why I'm fine not dealing with the randomness and just delaying the Greengrass Expert mode. And in the meantime, I'll prep for Cyan Beach Expert mode, because that's probably going to be more predictable. Something that I'll actually be able to plan and prep for. Although, Cyan Beach Expert mode is going to be rough, because I don't have an amazing... I have a good berry specialist for it, don't get me wrong, but he's not great. My Feraligatr is just decent. Okay, I'm kind of worried... Oh, I get that. Turn on good camp ticket. Did I not do that? I did. There's trade-offs for all events, but I can see a path to M20 for them depending upon what mods you have. Yep. Need a second Crest event? I hope it comes in March. It probably will. Your Iceberry setup for green. Are you sure? I just looked at it. It says right here. Good camp ticket. 7.6 mil. I'm curious about your profession. You really like numbers like I do. My profession, I am middle management. I'm middle management for a call center. It's probably not what you'd expect with how big into numbers I am, but that's what I do. My degree from college is in political science. I have a Bachelor of Arts in political science. But yeah. You were looking at the global settings. That makes sense. Yeah, I turn on the override. I always use the override for everything, so I don't have to tamper with my global settings. Yeah. And that is a premium-only feature, so that makes sense. But yeah. Maintenance is supposed to be done in up to an hour. Update hasn't dropped yet on IO. I'm checking the datamine discussion chat in the Discord. The Pokemon Sleep Discord, not my Discord. Yes, what's up? And it is now. So now we wait for maintenance to end. Okay. It looks like the update is out on iOS already, or something. So they actually might be ending... Like, this is something from Sarah B. Joe specifically. Looks like it might be ending soon, so... Because it looks like they already pushed the update to put... Like, you could potentially update it already on iOS, which means they're probably close to being done. Yeah. still in maintenance mode. So yeah, it's soon. Oh, not what I expected. I was definitely expecting something in STEM. Yeah, my here's the thing. I was gifted with a lot of math like skills. I don't know why, because I'm really, really good at math. I love numbers to an extent, but I love numbers for fun. Every I did not like math class that much because it was always too easy for me. I don't, that makes people jealous. But like just it was so boring because I would learn it. I would learn the concepts in the first like just hour of going over, not even hour, like 20 minutes of going over a concept, and then it'd just be review question after review question after review question, and it all felt like just a waste of time. I was incredibly bored, and I hated math classes, even though I was incredibly gifted with math. But I'd love it if I had like a genuine challenge that challenged me, but it just never really happened all that much, because I would always pick up on everything way too quickly. So because of that, just math as a whole, just as a hobby, because it's like, oh, I need to answer this question about Pokemon Sleep, about the numbers behind the game. And then that inspires me to then go, well, how can I answer that question? How do I approach it mathematically? And it becomes more of a fun activity. It doesn't become a job that's repetitive. It doesn't become just doing the same equation over and over and over again, unless it's something that I want to do. So that's where, like, I didn't make it my degree going into college, even though I'm really good at it and do enjoy math. But yeah, that's kind of my thought line with it, and why I ended up getting a degree that's a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science. I mean, you got a degree in digital media and animation, and the closest I got to career was working at the post office. Like, the job did not ruin most of my jobs in 5 years. Would you stream the Pokemon Presents if it happens during February 27th? If it's in the morning, yes. I do believe I work that day, but my work, I don't work until 2 p.m. most days. So, that is... Oh, that's a Friday. Maybe not. I am busy in the mornings on Fridays, so if it's on February 27th, I may have to actually skip the Pokemon Presents. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I could talk to someone. Maybe see if I can get someone to cover me for the thing that I normally do on Friday mornings, but we'll see. I should have gone into a math career, but all my teachers were like, do art. It'd be a shame if you didn't. I mean, that's a whole thing. I don't know. Careers are a tough discussion to really talk about. Have you ever thought about actuarial science? I'm sure you'd be really good at it. I've discussed that, or I've thought about it before, kind of, but I have a life plan, kind of. I actually do want to go back to school for some things, so that's still going to be some time away, though, because right now I'm just trying to... The job that I currently have is like a very temporary thing. I'm intending to be there for a couple years, save up a decent amount of money, get a lot of investments put away to set myself up for retirement, because honestly, my goals for the future, I genuinely don't know how much income I'll have, so I'm like, I want to put away lots of investments while I'm still young, try to save as much money as possible, so that I'm set up before I go off to college, or before I go off for my secondary degree, and then for whatever is to come. So I just want to make sure that I'm set up. It's kind of the thing. But anyway, I'm middle management as well in tech. I used to love coding, but doing it for my day job sucked a lot of the fun out of it. I will say this: I was really getting burnt out on my job in the call center before I got the promotion to middle management. It saved me from... I felt like I was going insane in my job, slowly over time. So I'm really glad I got the promotion. But yeah, it does take a lot more time and a lot more of my thought process while I'm there to be in this job, but I enjoy it. I'm actually like enjoying it a lot. I was a wild child who decided that I could challenge the second year of math 2 weeks before the Regents big standardized test and passed. And I got an 85 next year because I forgot to finish the test. Whoops. Here's a huge off-topic question, but I see how much you enjoy this game. Can't stop thinking how much you would enjoy getting introduced into FRC, which is basically a robot sport. Robotics? I don't know how to code too much robotics. Oh, okay, yeah, first robotics. Oh, first robotics competition. It seems interesting, but I just don't have the time, I guess, I don't have the time to, like, learn a new skill like that right now. I've got a lot of stuff going on right now. But yeah. Still young, so you have plenty of time to figure it out. I've changed careers multiple times. Yep. It is so deep, complex, and there are teams all around the country that are looking for people to know them and mentor them. Once you get engaged, it feels like a family and you can min-max. I mean, maybe it could, but like I said, I just don't have the time to dedicate to... I do a lot of stuff right now. Like, I take care of... I do some stuff for family members, like 2 days out of the week. I have a full-time job as well. On top of that, I put a lot into the channel as well. I put in a lot of time at my church. I don't have a whole lot of free time, to be completely honest. That isn't past the hours of 10 p.m. when I get off of work. So, it sounds fun. It looks cool. I'll be honest, I looked it up. But it's probably something I wouldn't have time for. Went to college for material science, then switched to tech project management, then software engineering. Now I'm interviewing for an AI company and hope it goes well. That sounds pretty cool. Can you help me with today's Wordle? I haven't done the Wordle yet. Should I try to do it? I'm not going to do it on stream because I don't want to spoil it for people. I don't like to help people with the Wordle because I feel like it's something that you just kind of have to get to on your own. I haven't been too active with the Wordle in the Discord. But I am doing it still. It's just I'm doing it in the one with the Discord with my immediate family members. So I'm still doing it, but I share it to you guys whenever I have something notable. Mostly when I do really well. Well, my first I got 3 yellow letters on the very first guess. Okay. Oh, okay. Got the Wordle, gonna do /share in the server. Oh boy. Yeah, that's how I usually do it, is I usually do /share in the server if I'm gonna share it. Let's see. Oh my goodness. Okay. I got it in 4. So, you and I did it equivalently, apparently. I'm not showing it on stream because, like I said, I don't like to spoil that for people, but I did it in 4. Okay, now I gotta share that to my family Discord. My family's cool. We have a family Discord server. We actually use quite a bit, so, and that's where I usually do it. Okay, just shared it over there. Now it should be logged over there as well. Okay. How much longer do you think it'll be? Because now it could be any minute now, theoretically, with the datamine discussion, because iOS is ready, but it's still in maintenance mode. Ain't it? Let's see. Is it going to do the same thing on maintenance still down or whatever? It's probably going to push an update. Let's see. It's saying new version available, but I don't want to do that. It's a pet peeve, but I don't like how Alolan Ninetales takes up more space than the other species in Rain on X. because of the name length. It's... Yeah, because the name scrolls down to the next one. Yeah, I can maybe fix it. There. Is that better? Just zoom out a little bit. When in doubt, zoom out. Because it... Now it fits. You notice that they actually changed the color of pseudo-legendaries and legendary names. Pseudos have like a yellow name, I want to say, and legendaries have a purple. Here's the true strongest team, guys. Definitely. Because this can happen, right? Just 5 crests. It's actually not even that strong. Well, that's assuming that it's not main favorite ice. What about main favorite psychic with this? The thing is, this is literally impossible. You can't do this, because we have the special mon limit. Special mon limitation. Now, another thing that I've considered is, what if I were to just say, fish? Like, go on a Greengrass Expert Master 20 fishing expedition. And just every week, prep like an ingredient list that works with a certain favored berry. That works with a certain favored berry, and then just like over time, I just keep those ingredients stockpiled, and it takes up like 500 of my ingredient bag space. And it works for like 2 different meals. And then just like make it that if I land the right meal type and the right thing, then I'm prepped no matter what week it is. Whether it's an event week or not, and then potentially that week could be when I pull Master 20. It's kind of like re-rolling it, but not, because you're still gaining stuff out of the weeks that you're there. I just don't know how good it would be. And how long it would theoretically take me. But it's an idea that I had. But yeah. In Legends Arceus, an NPC calls Cresselia a flying croissant. That's funny. I could see that. It does kind of look like a flying croissant in some ways. Well, I am starting to feel empty in terms of energy. So I think I might need some berry juice, and by berry juice I mean sleep. I was kind of hoping that they might have some sort of news posted and stuff before I called it. But it's not out yet, so it'll probably drop within mere minutes after I end the stream, if I'm completely honest. But it has been an enjoyable night. I told myself if I was getting too tired, I'd end things. So I think I'm going to end things right now. I'll probably be active in the Discord, and still, even when I plan to go to bed, so... non-expert island, and how did they implement it? Only time will tell. I hope they do, but anyway. Yep, I think I'm gonna go to bed. I'll probably still be up by around the time that they drop it, but I'll just be laying in bed ready to fall asleep, and I'll chat a little bit in the Discord. So if you want my opinions on things, which is probably just Shuckle's energy for everyone amounts, which is why if there was more to be released tonight, I would hold out, but I don't think it's going to be worth it for how small this update's supposed to be. But anyway, thank you all for tuning into the stream. It's been great chatting, it's been great hanging, been great answering any of your questions. If you have enjoyed, make sure to remember to like the stream, subscribe to the channel.